Hello everyone, we're back. Happy Steam sale is a Steam sale. I hope everyone got to buy something during Steam sale. Steam sale. But anyway, let us return to where we were, which honestly I don't remember that well. I remember it was after the trial, and that's about it. Alright, that should free up your phone from the blanket. Thank you, Detective London. You're welcome, Counselor Morgan. Something I said. You didn't say anything yesterday about what the Hound of Icaria really is. Come on, there's a lot of code names to remember. Would you believe me if I said I didn't put two and two together? No, I wouldn't. Maybe I would if I hadn't seen you act that fast back in the courtroom. That was a lucky shot. From across the room with the crowd moving around him. Yeah, real lucky. I know, I'm agreeing with you. Though it would be a lot less lucky if you were, say, already watching him. Do you know? No, but I'm flattered you think I'm brave enough to stick around for a shooting that I knew would happen. But you recognize him. Wriggle a spot in the back of my brain, even in disguise. It helped that the guy was fidgeting around all day. Grayson had been in the courtroom all day. How long had he waited to take his shot? You get a good look at him? I did not. You shot him very fast. Eyes bloodshot to hell and back, nosebleed, flushed extremities. He was high as a drone. Probably met a hex felony, considering how well the Blue Bloods have done pushing it. Metahex Nirvana? The party drug that college kids are huffing. It's been a long time since I was in college. I guess it could be good for a party in small doses. I'm hypothesizing here, don't take this out of context. Sure. But at higher doses, a couple of months ago I saw this guy stumbling around one of the open markets. Eyes dilated and mouth moving a block a minute. He knocked over some bicycles, so I cuffed him to the rack, hoping he'd sober up within the hour and I could move on. I took a phone call, and when I looked back, he was trying to chew out through the chain. Psst. He broke 4 teeth, and he had started biting his arm by the time I knocked him out. Ew. But anecdotes are cheap, and one bad trip will hardly slow the ball now that it's rolling. You believe the Hive? Think they're gonna legalize it? Within the next 2 quarters, if you ask me. What happened to the Blue Bloods monopoly? Up in smoke. Pharmaceutics and dispensaries of the world will step in to reap the rewards, and the Blue Bloods will have to slink off and cook up some other haze to push. The gray tide rolls on. The Blue Bloods have legitimate income sources, right? Like science? Yep, some of them are even pretty profitable, like their host clubs and pink rooms. So if the Blue Bloods can run those businesses just fine, why can't they stay in control of Nirvana once it's legalized? There's competition, and name recognition, and locale, and real estate, and basically they can't afford it. The buys seem too steep, and everyone past the door likes it that way. Legal drugs are a whole other realm of profitable. Folks like Icaria do not want to share. Gee, not even on special occasions. Well, I could tell you there was that meeting last year, but their playdate fell apart. Hey, what you said back there in core about Prop 492, you really buy that? Tariq Chopin working with Blue Bloods? It's quite the unlikely pairing, I'll admit, but that might explain why it ended the way it did. So, what was the verdict? The verdict is only handed down after the jury's finished deliberating. That may take... The show must go on. And the shooter? Getting introduced to the accommodations out at the morgue right about now. He was some blue blood muscle named Bresson. Ring a bell? As I've said, all these blue bloods are out. He tried to shoot you, Sasuke. I was standing very close to you when it happened. I'd like a little more detail than that. I've never met him, never heard of him, that's the truth. But the Preston family is known to be enforcers for Blue Blood leadership. So is the Olgar who want you dead? Does that make the Youngbloods an enemy of an enemy? Didn't you tell me Creek was a Youngblood? Considering what I'm on trial for, I doubt they're fond of me either. God damn it, Sasuke, who doesn't hate your ass? The kid? Like, what was his name again? Yeah, Makoto. Like, he definitely cares about him. I need to try harder to disregard the nonsense that comes out of the adjutant's mouth. It might be starting to sink in. Sasuke, you were captured when you could have been ignored. You were tortured when you could have been ransomed. And now these people are trying to kill you in one of the most secure buildings in the city. What are they after? What are you at the top of the Blue Blood shit list? Is it because of... well, the most reasonable would be the last year's meeting. Is it because of what happened a year ago? How do you know about... What happened a year ago? Oh, you know, don't worry about it. A meeting between the Olgar and the house, apparently. You were gonna work out a deal for the Korean network to distribute a Blue Blood product. Why would we want the basement cooks will the Blue Bloods make sold in our storefronts or pharmacies? You wouldn't. Not until after Nirvana is legalized. Yes, I figured some stuff out. Stop pouting. There was a meeting last year, yeah. A private meeting that was to be kept strictly confidential. The IFG met with the old guard to discuss a deal. It fell apart, voices were raised, weapons drawn. I was in the shadows and I stepped in front of a blade for Makoto. The house elders were perturbed afterwards. They feared for Makoto's safety and perhaps felt that they had grown overconfident. The hound is a useful tool but not indispensable, so they ordered me to guard Makoto full time. Isn't that a great honor, guarding the heir to the headship? Of course it is. Then why do you sound like that? You get points for picking up on it, but you need to learn how to take advantage of it. So your deal fell apart, blood was drawn. I kinda assumed that was par for the course in your world. It's not unheard of. So why are the Olgar still trying to kill you and Makoto a year later? I don't know. I don't know, Morgan. Because I'm not an Olgar. Is there someone we could talk to who is? There's always someone. For a price. But if that's how it's gonna go, I'm gonna need a drink first. Hey, John, what are you talking about? Sorry to disappoint, but I was here first. The net's slow as shit in this wing of the school. No one else comes here if they don't have to, so it's a quiet spot to read. Yeah, it is a detective mystery, so what? Like 5% of the books in the library are. Well, it's not like I own the room. If you wanna convene your club meetings here with all your many members, I can't exactly sue you. Especially not since you're gonna be some big shot lawyer. Change your club so I won't get evicted? Isn't that like blackmail, counselor? Mutually beneficial, sure, it's just plain old corruption. You'll do just fine other in the adult world. Whatever, as long as you don't go around telling people I'm a member, you can put me down. We need to add our phone numbers too. Nah, I don't actually care. Okay, Morgan, do you want to talk about your, very solitary, lonely, and traumatic childhood? Do you want to do therapy? I don't know if therapy would fix you, but do you want to do therapy? It might fix a little bit of the problems here. Just asking for a friend. The friend is me. Is something wrong? Why would you think that something's wrong? It's very unusual for you to wake up mid-transit. When you decide to nap, you fall asleep very fast and you sleep very deeply. Suspiciously so. Sometimes I'll try to wake you and I could swear you're just pretending. I have no idea what you're talking about. Besides, you're the one who's been quiet. Thank God that I managed to mute the mic because I hit it in the process of muting it. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Apparently it's one of those days when the allergies have decided to make me suffer. I can't wait for winter when my allergies are at a minimum. I think I'm just allergic to dust is the problem. And pollen. And bananas of all things, but only mildly allergic. I had been bothering Sasuke, I think, pestering him about catching bullets. If you were bothering Sasuke, he'd say it. Turn to the side in that beachy pose of his. But I can't catch a bullet either. Even though I'm fast and I can see fast. Well, sadly, not everybody's made to catch bullets, such as the way it is. Sasuke was the one who acted while I just... Sasuke's trained for that exact kind of thing. Trained for his whole life the way he tells it. Father burned me to be strong, I should be able to. David didn't build you to be anything, Sarah. He didn't even really build you. Just watch you grow. And do you think I am still growing? Still developing? You think I could get taller? I think you should get your hopes up about that. Damn. Just damn. Look, Sarah, as a tiny person myself, as a tiny seal, the smallest seal possible, I understand you, but not everybody can be Neil. Neil the Seal. If you have not seen Neil the Seal, I recommend you do. That boy is large. Come on, you can bounce back faster than that. I'm sorry. I suppose I am still processing what we saw back in the courtroom when Detective London took out that shooter. I know that Detective London has been a police officer for many years. It stands to reason that he'd act decisively in circumstances where so many lives are at risk. What I am still thinking about is the man he killed. Yeah, there's only so much speculating we can do about his motive until... I'm not thinking about his motive. I'm thinking about how he is dead. You haven't been out and about that long. Everything's new to you, even the most ordinary stuff. I guess I forget that includes the extraordinary too. You've seen violence like that before then? Yes, I have. Seen people die? Yes, I have. Seen more people die than most your age? Most lawyers? Probably a safe bet. This is a private subject, isn't it? Death is always private. I'm no exception. Do people ever get used to it? I can only speak for myself. Have you gotten used to it? Every time is like the first time. I hope that everyone is like you then. It doesn't seem like the kind of thing anyone should get used to. Sorry to disappoint you then. There are no people like me. You know, Morgan, that's a little silly. There's a lot of people like you, sadly. Irashai. Why do I have the pleasure of hosting my two favorite girls? One's Sarah, who's the other one? Figment of my imagination, apparently. Do you want something to drink? What do you recommend? I've just got this case of beautiful tony deep reds from volcanic soil across the sea. Savory and full with notes of cherry and oak. Sounds delicious! You just describe a tree down to the dirt. Well, I would very much like to try it.
Sorry, you're underage.
She's an android.
A very realistic one. While you say to customers who walk in and see her drinking at the counter. Irashai?
2 waters coming right up. Wait, back up. Your client is the Hound of Korea?
And I was the last person to find out what that actually means.
And it should be easy enough to tell whether he did the deed or not. The Hound always leaves a calling card.
So I hear, is that literal?
Dark white business card laid neatly on the ground with the house's insignia.
I don't understand why the house would go to such lengths to let the victims know who attacked them.
These neo-nobility types, their whole lives are galas and ballrooms and cocktail parties and wine tasting.
Torture. What he mean is torture.
Where every sentence has a front and back side to it, and every glance is a whole unspoken clause. To them, an ambiguous act of violence is an exclamation point that they can misconstrue. And the Ikari aren't exactly at the top of the nobility pecking order. Reminding the others that they've still got their fangs is a viable strategy. They know they're outclassed in terms of how many mountains of gold they have.
That doesn't explain why such a supposedly great assassin has gotten made on more than one occasion.
Well, he's probably just doing his job there. If all he needed was to get away with murder, he'd be a poisoner or a sniper. All the mayor houses love to use body doubles. If he kills a target behind closed doors, their house can just ring out a spare. Or hell, claim the entire thing never happened. But if the Hound kills where a house's rival can see, the damage sticks.
You know a lot about the neo-ability, don't you, boss? Are you considered part of the neo-aristocracy?
Do I look like I've got that kind of sway? I don't run a bar in Midtown as a hobby, kid.
Wouldn't know it, looking at how profitable your wine section is.
I'll catch on.
The Hound was a nasty surprise, but the big reveal isn't making anything click for me.
A blue blood assassin trying to miss him mid-trial. I don't get it either, but the blue bloods aren't as rational as they used to be.
Used to be?
I traded with them a good deal when I was younger, and they were richer.
Traded what?
Stock tips.
This was before the Ikaria cut them down.
I was a young man hungry to establish myself, and the Blue Bloods were the biggest game in town. The Rosses weren't even a twinkle in some psychopunk eye back then, and the Ikaria cartel were just odd. Drug smugglers and dope runners. The Blue Bloods used them as couriers.
A reversal of fortune.
Could be their names on opera houses and hospitals all across the city today
If what? If the Ikaria hadn't killed them all. But didn't they have allies? Connections?
and morgues were overflowing with cerulean blood. No one wanted anything to do with them.
But they were the victims.
Corporate partners are risk-averse. Political alliances require you to bring something to the table. And when you fall that far, that fast, the common folk assume it happened for a reason.
They thought that the Blue Bloods deserved it just because it happened to them.
No, it was less were the old-timers, the grandparents, and the great-uncles, all suddenly without heirs. They recruited latchkeys and orphans during the Red Decade from family that became the first gens and then the young bloods.
What about the money? You're starting to sound like a real human.
Some of it, the cash, the gold, the jewels, they just stole. The vast majority of it was held overseas, but it was safe, untouchable, and impossible to get your hands on without the right blood.
Locked behind GFA.
Getting butchered by the Ikaria was a bad beating, but losing that money was unforgivable. The rest of the Blue Blood Mafia around the world will never accept them back into the fold until they recover it. Exiled from paradise because they tempted fate with their hubris. That's a certain poetic charm to it now.
It would have to be a very sovereign poem.
Those are the ones you remember, aren't they? Probably why the Blue Bloods are still humming the same old hymns, passing down the same ghost stories and urban legends.
They did seem to be a surprisingly superstitious bunch. crossing their fingers over the Red Hood and... Hey, what's a little lord?
There's another one. You spin on one of the oldest tales in the book, A Promised Prince. The belief is that exactly one kid survived the fall of the leaves. One lone heir to all the fortune the Blue Bloods lost. Got spirited away overseas or out west to be raised in secret, and one day he'll come back to reclaim what's rightfully, I'm guessing you heard this one before.
Is there any truth to it?
Well, Garth certainly seems to think so. Need to think so. It's probably what's keeping them alive. If they can just hold on another 5 years or finally find their heir they be looking for and they rectify decades of embarrassment and shame. Thinking like that is what makes Youngblood start talking about maybe the old guard doesn't get what happens to us.
What do they expect? Blood's thicker than water. The original full expression is thought to be the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. That actually suggests the camaraderie between those who travel together is stronger than simply sharing a common relative. Yeah, well, if that were actually true, then maybe people wouldn't have amputated the expression centuries ago.
I mean, considering how common amputated expressions are, maybe not. Maybe just people are dumb sometimes. Still, this is 30 years of water. Or blood covenant if you prefer, that we're talking about. Youngbloods give their life to the mafia. Each of them had to choose to eat over their own family. It's a pretty raw deal to cut him loose just cause some shelter kid only valuable for his DNA decided to show up after all these years.
You think the old guard will throw away the Youngbloods if it meant reuniting with their little lord?
I know it, and so do the Youngbloods.
That doesn't seem to be a dynamic that incentivizes them to look very hard for this little lord. No, it incentivizes them to smother the royal bastard. If I assume my client is innocent, that means someone else killed Tariq Chopin. Someone who didn't do it in self-defense.
Tariq Chop... You mean the son of the city councilman?
Adopted son. His parents are government officials. Even if they're loaded, the Mob can protect all the records.
Alright, there were a lot of terms to read. Well, we know what copper is. Yeah, we've seen this. Also this one. We read that one. The new ability one. 10999 is an emergency response code utilized in municipal systems around the nation, most frequently to signify that one or more first responders' lives are in danger. Most police departments standard issue suite of biomonitors allow for this code to be sent out across emergency networks automatically when cardiac activity is disrupted or blood pressure changes rapidly. Due to the non-negligible chance that moderate exercise could be misinterpreted by biomonitors, leading to false alarms, and departments make it a policy to avoid enabling the automatic alert function. The 99 man or 99 man refers to a theoretical state of being in which a human has replaced as much of their body with cybernetic equivalent as possible, thereby becoming someone who is 99% machine and yet technically still human. The term first appears in the speculative fiction short story Carved on Marble by M.P. Smith, but it rose to prominence after the 2072 Paralympics, when middleweight track and field gold medalist Aid Saffron quoted the story as inspiration after breaking the world record at the time for the 800 meters. Since then, the phrase has been popularized as both a meme and a thought experiment, opening up discussions about transhumanism in sports, the business world, education, and beyond. Some social media influencers, athletes, or tech evangelists have taken the 99 man as a challenge, modding themselves as much as possible with the explicit goal of approaching what they see as the current limit for transhumanism. Officially, the individual who has had the greatest percentage of their body mass replaced with artificial organs is an anonymous male adult living in the Eastern Hemisphere who was suffering from a rare and terminal form of bone cancer before signing up for an experimental surgery offered through House into his Theseus initiative. Of course, it's fucking called Theseus. Howe officially describes the patient as currently living a normal and productive life, though Theseus has never produced any consumer marketed products and has not published any additional research papers in the last 2 years, leading to some question whether the results are at all replicable. We read that. Also this.
Barbitocin, originally developed as a hypnotic sleep aid drug for active duty military personnel, Barbitocin is currently prescribed, though rarely, as an anti-anxiety and anti-seizure medication. Often depicted in popular culture and some drug manufacturers' promotional materials as a truth serum, Barbitocin has never been shown to function as such in a controlled setting. When compared against a sampling of liquors ranging from 40 to 80% to 80 proof, Barbitocin resulted in truthful confessions only 0.2% more often, and enough subjects admitted to providing information that they were not already comfortable with divulging. Users also frequently searched how to tell if someone is cheating, where to buy lie detectors, see who has me muted on social media. That's a good one. That's a good one. Okay, there's a lot to read that I didn't read last time, so let's keep going. The International Criminal Organization, most commonly known as the Blue Bloods, originated in the early 21st century as an offshoot of Eastern Hemisphere triads that subsumed various dock workers' unions, loosening international corporate regulations and decreasing job opportunities at the time, making it Okay, I can't. Brain, please. Can you read the things that are on the screen and not make up the words halfway through? God. I don't know what's wrong with me today. Might just be the allergies, really. Okay, again. From the beginning. Loosening international corporate regulations and decreasing job opportunities at the time made it difficult for traditional unions to gather and maintain bargaining power. Simultaneously, many triads struggled as increasing nationalism around the globe, combined with improvements in border security, made the profit margins for smuggling smaller and smaller, even as demand for foreign goods went increasingly unmet. Historians and criminologists debate on the exact origin of the Blue Bloods, and even among ex-members, there remains debate about which side approached which or when the Blue Bloods became a distinct identity. What is agreed upon is that by the mid-21st century, the Blue Bloods were a significant presence in every major trade port around the world, smuggling goods across borders and extorting multinational corporations by threatening to withhold or destroy merchandise as they enter the country. Domestically, the Blue Bloods seem to have given serious consideration towards legitimizing their activities for a time, acquiring legal charters of business for many of their shipping and security operations during the 2050s. This same time period also saw a cooling of hostilities between the Blue Bloods and many of their rivals, with gang-related violence dropping precipitously. Civil disruptions and suspected changes in leadership during the 60s, however, reversed this trend. While the Blue Bloods remain a major player of the global criminal trafficking market, their status of criminal concern was officially downgraded to moderate by the state during the 2070s. Most criminologists agree that their national presence is now relatively weak and has remained so for long enough that the organization's broader global leadership is likely uninterested in expending the resources it would take to change the status quo. Too lazy to read the whole thing. See, that's the thing. I like lore. Although I am gonna clean the things that I don't need to read because I already read it before. Like Cyberpunk, pretty sure that we read it last time. Mod as well. The rest I don't remember. Contraband Decriminalization Act. So did we read that? I don't think so. Okay. A series of laws passed in the 2060s that decriminalized all narcotics use and established the Bureau of Narcotics. Oh wait, no, we did read that because we read it because there was a conversation about the inhalers in the other chapter. I remember. The Combat the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Criminal Organizations Act, Jesus Christ, the name that they give this shit, provides for increased law enforcement powers and impunity when investigating and prosecuting prosecuting organized criminal charges. The CRICO Act allows for prosecutors to link multiple individual charges of racketeering, contraband, smuggling, or other smaller infractions into criminal conspiracy charges against the entirety of the criminal organization. Though much of the law is built off of previous legislation designed to assist prosecutors in fighting organized crime, the CRICO Act is distinct in that it makes clear the distinction between criminal organizations and corporations that may be operating in violation of the law, considered necessary to adapt to changes in the drug trafficking, gambling, and sex work industries. Of course that you're doing of course you're making a difference between, oh yeah, these are criminal organizations and these are just companies that commit crimes. Completely different thing, one from the other. For the CRICO Act, prosecutors would at times seek to designate corporations engaging in aggressive market or cartel-like behavior as criminal organizations, which they are, arguing that their structure does not significantly differ from what might be called a mafia, which they don't. Post-CRICO, corporations with legal business charters registered with the state are effectively immune to criminal conspiracy charges and are instead prosecuted through the trade courts. Oh my god. It really is hell. It really is hell. Some of the more liberal-leaning members of the judicial system have argued that this emboldens certain aggressive corporate behaviors and complicates attempts to prosecute criminal organizations who make some amount of their profit through legally registered and operating businesses. Others points to the relatively high penalties in the trade courts as sufficient deterrent for criminal activity on the behalf of either corporation or mafia parties. In criminal courts, sentences for individuals can be as severe as life in prison, but in trade courts, guilty verdicts can result in entire companies being deregistered and all of their assets being acquired by the state. Users also frequently said, how to avoid CRICO charges easy 2086. Prisoner's Dilemma explained, is it illegal to gather with people? It is if you live in a dictatorship. Just saying, like... here, while the military dictatorship was going on, if you went out, you have to be alone, or you could be with one other person. But if you were in a larger group, you weren't, like, you could get arrested, and yeah, you couldn't make large meetings. I don't remember what the limit was, but like, you weren't allowed to have large meetings. It'd be like that. Cygnus Security is a trusted partner in your business ventures, offering a suite of private security services including, but not limited to, bodyguards, convoys, bouncers, private investigators, paternity tests, family history research, and shipping insurance. Answer a few questions about your needs in our portal below, and we'll get you set up with the peace of mind you've been searching for. Your browser may prompt you with a security pop-up when interacting with some of the features on our site. You can safely disregard these messages as they are related to a legal matter that has already been settled out of court. We apologize for the disruption in your site experience. God damn. Not interested in sports search results. See further with a premium account. I'm not gonna pay for a premium account. We have read that, Bats. Red Ink Technology. Did we check that? I feel like we did, but... Genetic factor identification. Yeah, no, this is new. This is from this case. Genetic factor identification is a password security system wherein a live blood sample is provided in combination with a username and passkey in order to complete verification. GFA can only be conducted in person with the sample acquired by a trained on-site professional. Because of the physical realities of the verification process itself, GFA is considered cryptographically secure. It cannot be bypassed or hacked in any traditional sense. While some security systems and cryptographic algorithms incorporate biological elements in one or more ways, GFA, as it was originally developed, has gone largely unadopted throughout the business world. Few corporations are interested in tying information or resources to specific bloodlines as opposed to specific groups, and the verification process itself is inconvenient for most while totally unusable for anyone working remotely. GFA is still offered, however, at some of the most prestigious and secure banks in the world, and families with particularly long lineages have been known to favor GFA for what are effectively symbolic reasons. Because GFA remains accessible to any past or future offspring of the initial registries, it is sometimes offered as a wedding or baby shower gift for couples intending to set up trusts.
This is also frequently said, how to change lost password fast.
Haven't we all been there? Let's see. The netcode. I think we read this, right? Wait, no, because the ranking just appeared in this. It wasn't mentioned last time. RENIC is an information system security protocol whose name has become synonymous with anti-dissemination technology in general. While different organizations will make use of different technologies to achieve their data security goals, the original system's core principles are still widely taught and practiced in business administration courses around the globe. First developed in the mid-21st century amidst widespread concerns about hackers' newfound capabilities to the third netcode leak. Writing practices emphasize the vulnerability of digital systems and espouse the relative reliability of physical documents, printed or even handwritten information that cannot be changed or stolen except through in-person action. More broadly, writing systems are designed to minimize the time that critical information spends changing hands. Critics of the teachings thus claim it is antithetical to cooperation between peers and leads to siloing of information. Really? I guess that makes sort of sense. RENIC is also commonly used to refer to any kind of printed text material that incorporates anti-piracy measures. Common examples include anti-photocopier sheen gloss, paper that degrades outside of extremely narrow moisture condition, cipher encrypted text based on extinct indigenous languages, and sleeper marks, printer machine codes left on the corners of documents that are invisible to the naked eye but are unique to individual printers. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'll finish reading the rest later. We can come back to that in a second once we do more plot. Sarah, look this guy up. What do you want to know? What do I want to know? Maybe the adoption? Like, okay, I'm trying to think these like I would think most mysteries. If it's true that someone survived from the Blue Bloods that could help them get back like all that money that they have in those GFA accounts, there's two possibilities. Either it's someone who the Ikaria took, like they survived but the Ikaria like took the child on purpose for whatever reason, probably funny hahas. Or is this shopping guy and he was killed specifically by the Youngbloods who realized that they're related to the old guard. It's one or the other. At least those are the two most likely possibilities. So I guess the adoption is the thing that matters the most because you need some context for it. I want to know about his adoption. His parents adopted him in 2066 after 3 months of visits to Gospel Home Orphanages, a private philanthropic institution that is no longer in business. Bankrupt or brought out? Bankrupt. Damn it. If they had just been swallowed, the parent company might have kept the records. The adoption itself was somewhat of an event. There are multiple news articles and photos of it. Not trying to cast out on the realness of their connection, but they wouldn't be a career politician if they let a photo up that could pass them by. Unless they wanted to draw attention away from who they were adopting, and... No, a child showing up quietly in a politician's life looks guilty as sin. They wouldn't let people think. This isn't useful. I can go in circles all day speculating about this. Age? How old was he? His age is listed as 27, but the entry has been edited a number of times. Okay, so it might have been chopping. There has been a great deal of back and forth between database contributors in the last 36 hours over the addition or removal of an asterisk. It seems his original birth certificate was lost. Well, that's shady as hell. Only kinda. Here it comes. If he was an orphan 27 years ago, that's pretty firmly in the red decade. A lot of paper was getting lost back then. That's a kind way of putting it. What would be an unkind way of putting it? The governments of the world were scrambling. What was his education? Tariq Chopin had a law degree. Who gets a law degree and then becomes a patrol officer?
The son of a politician is not a bad path. If your superiors know you're connected and smart and can recognize when the law is being broken, they'll keep you far away from anything real. You can coast for a year and then move into politics as a veteran of the force who's hard on crime.
London didn't mention he was far too principled to be likable or reliable. If joining up with the police was nothing but a calculated move, that means he had a clear plan for what to do after. And it probably didn't involve defrauding the city in a real estate scheme. I can't think of a few reasons why a cop wouldn't get murdered at the scene of a crime like that. But Tariq Chopin wasn't some ordinary cop. The strongest motive that comes to mind is...
I really think...
You think Chopin was the Little Lord?
Yeah, I just reasoned that myself, like 2 minutes before the reveal happened here. Like, it's either them, like it's either Chopin or is a member of the Ikaria, and of the members of the Ikaria, the most likely is Sasuke. Which would explain why he was being tortured. To a point. Because they might have thought that it was some other member, and they wanted information about it. Yeah, the last person I expect to believe in fairy tales, right?
Can you honestly say it doesn't fit?
If we, for a moment, assume that unicorns and dragons and Tsuchinokos are real.
I mean, Tsuchinokos are real, but for that you have to feed like a snake a lot. You have to feed a snake a lot, but you can make them real. I don't recommend it though. What do you mean? Tsuchinokos are very well documented. I can show you.
And yeah, it's possible that Chopin was a little lord.
And if any young blood knew it, they'd want him dead. Actually, now that I think about it, it would make sense to think for people who to think Tsuchinokos are real, because have you ever seen a big, like, have you ever seen a snake eating like a big animal? Like a goat? Like, have you ever seen a snake eating a goat? Like, that shit doesn't dissolve immediately. And yeah, they don't eat it immediately either, like, they're slowly getting in. But, like, that would explain the Tsuchinoko thing. Like, you see a snake that, like, the end part is small, and then they have, like, a gigantic space, like, their field, and then, like, a small head as well, and it's like, man, what the fuck is that? And he's like, no, it's just a snake that ate something really big. Actually, that makes sense to me. Anyway, what was I saying? And if any young blood knew, they'd want him dead. To prevent the Olgar from abandoning them?
3 thoughts come to mind. 1. This is all guesswork on your part. Even the most zealous youngblood wouldn't know of a guy just because he happened to be about 30 years old and adopted.
They would have had to have seen something that at least suggested it.
2. As I recall, the only youngblood you know of is this Krieg guy.
And Krieg was dead before Chopin ever entered the building.
Plays his name pretty handily.
The only young blood I know.
3. I can think of at least one other group that killed to prevent the Little Lord from claiming his throne.
House Ikaria.
And who better to cut him down than their most loyal rook?
And that would neatly explain why the Olgar would be pissed enough to try and kill Sasuke in a courtroom. Unfortunately.
Stay positive. Just because the Olgar thinks Sasuke killed their precious heir doesn't mean he actually did.
Yeah.
Hey, Sarah. Put some footage of me making this next one from over there in the corner.
Boss?
We'll shoot a promo. I just found this hidden gem where this guy made the best drink ever, that kind of thing. Where it's kinda cheap and fake, but like you're in on the joke and he's not pretending to be genuine.
Boss, with the number of followers Kintsugi has, a video longer than 9 seconds was at this time of day
I don't want to hear that depressing shit. We'll cross us or whatever.
Does it have to be that corner? The lightning will be bad.
Any corner, just make sure it's from a distance.
From a distance, wouldn't it be better frame if...
It looked like shaky cam, found footage. It's more legit that way.
My hands do not shake, but I'll try. Damn. What are you doing?
Making you a drink, obviously.
That's quite a treat. Why?
Because we got some heavy shit to discuss. Sauce with ice. What do we do with crushed ice? With crushed ice and Kitsugi, Sarah?
Kick it under the fridge.
Exactly. Rock ice or nothing when you're mixing a cocktail.
Hang on, you taught her that.
There's a rain under there.
Not in my kitchen. When the ice melts, it warps the floor, but...
Half a lime, juice. Pay no attention to the second half I'm using here, Sarah. Red likes it dark. Now you're the lawyer and you got a hell of a mind for all this stuff. Egg white. Does the yolk unless it's a weekend, in which case.
Put it in the bowl in the fridge.
But it seems to me like you're approaching the shooter from every angle, but a deadly serious one. Or git. If a customer says they prefer simple syrup, you let me know and we won't serve them anymore. You need to consider that maybe the shooter wasn't there for Suzuka.
I told you they kicked me out after only a few minutes. No one's sending an assassin after me for that.
Whiskey, black label or higher.
Then shake the hell out of it.
Word of mouth can be deadly, down there in the fog. I saw her leaving the building, can easily become I saw her running away.
If someone wanted to get to me, a cornfield with cops would be a pretty shitty place to choose to do it.
Yeah, but it might have been the only time and place they knew you'd be. Mint for garnish, with charred cinnamon for a smoky ambience. Serve immediately.
Ooh. It would be more fancy if it wasn't so, paint effect Photoshop. E.
A bitter blessing.
Surely without much lime, it's a sour blessing, no?
You want me to toss it out?
Thank you for the drink. But I'm nobody, Rain. No one's coming to get me. Nobody even knows I exist.
I hope you're right.
I am.
You won't know if you're wrong until it's too late. Bottoms up. You get all that, Sarah?
Yes, boss!
Hey, bottoms up is just an expression. You're supposed to sip it for guts.
One last thing. Apparently Sasuke's captor talked about some kind of huntsman.
If the leader loves an urban legend, Huntsman's a goddamn boogeyman.
Is he now?
Orcas shooting the shit around burning tires, trying to make the noobs afraid to go off and peace by themselves.
Right, so they're bullshit. I got the same answer elsewhere, but...
Oh, they're very real.
Pardon?
Huntsmen, not a species native to our shores, thank God, but they're real.
You said they're just... You just said they're boogeymen.
Yeah, and the fact that they exist is what makes them so damn scary.
Are they some sort of assassin like Bresson, the shooter in the courtroom?
Nothing so concrete. As in our virtual shapeshifters, you feel a chill down your spine one night on your way home from work, go to sleep. Wake up at night to a man wearing your own face, choking the life out of you. Or he calls your mom from your locked phone across the room in your own voice. But like I said, they're all overseas, in more contested parts of the world where the Blue Bloods are better funded. You wouldn't pay for one of them to come into the country unless you had a really good use case or a weapon only they could take advantage of.
Well, I'll be sure to pass that on to Sasuke. Morgan, you're so fucking dead.
Why, so Sasuke can start writing his will?
I wouldn't be against him. I wouldn't be against him so long as he knows what he's up against. Urban legends are missed, but boogeymen are easy to kill. How do you kill a boogeyman? Same way I'd kill anyone else. With pleasure. Oh, right. I actually need a recommendation from you.
What kind of recommendation?
A bar, I think, needs to be open needs to be open tonight.
Oh. What are you looking for?
Well, it's not for me, but how much do you know about house clubs? We're going to house clubs? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Just what I said. You can't enter the crime scene until you pass the security clearances. You gotta be. You're a drug-pushing lowlife. Why would I need your permission to go anywhere? I take offense to that. I've never worked in pharma.
Not the time to be a smartass. Reyes, you'll only take 30 seconds.
You're serious? This is reality? The city is expecting Blue Blood to keep a crime scene secure? They're the ones committing the goddamn crimes! Hey, if that's your criteria, half the police force should be disqualified. What is excessive force not a real crime? I'd rather spouses not real victims. Because assault's only assault when it's a real person on the receiving end. Highness is legitimate, Reyes. All the paperwork is in order and signed by your bosses. These idiots are walking around barehanded and knocking shit over and leaving trash all over the goddamn place. Should we give them badges while we're at it? Let them investigate crimes too? We already investigate crimes. You have any idea how many missing teens there are in the lower wards? Not because we find them, but because we actually give a shit about the people who live down here. Oh, and I'm sure your prices are very generous. Well, the parents get a view from us and a letter of condolences from you. So sorry, ma'am, but he looked suspicious that he was running away.
I'm not helping. Reyes, calm down.
Sorry that I'm not cold when we've got actual orcas stomping all over the scene where a cop was murdered. Last I counted, there were 5 bodies upstairs. Are both your eyes broken, or do you just not recognize anyone without a badge as human? Perhaps we'd come at a bad time. Nothing for it, gotta strike while the iron's hot. The iron seems very hot in this instance, Adonai. Sorry to interrupt, folks. Ladies, don't mind me, I'll just go take another look upstairs. Now you, hey, why not? You nearly died once already today, why not let these orcas give you the tour? Was that you giving me permission? No! You and London should both be at a goddamn hospital or whatever getting the brief. She doesn't need your permission. She has mine. Mom, you can go right ahead upstairs. I'll cover me again and I'll break your finger. Is that ad recording right now? That sounded like a threat. You wanna hear a threat?
Clearly, this isn't gonna work. So, Han, why don't you head upstairs and wait for Morgan?
I don't take orders from you.
Who do you take orders from? Want me to give them a call? Let them know you're going around kicking hornets' nests and scratching your head over why everyone's getting stung.
Whatever. You think you can just walk away from after the shit you said? Turn around and...
Take a walk, sunshine.
London, if you think for even one...
I'm not kidding, Farah. Take a walk.
Forget it, you can all go to hell for all I care. Oh, for... No, not you. For God's sakes. Sorry about the bad timing.
No, I was gonna blow up no matter what. Situations like this require compromise, and Reyes is,
Uncompromising? At least you're around to balance her out. You might be the most compromised cop I've ever met. That was not a very nice thing to say.
And it shows that you haven't met that many cops.
I'm surprised you're still welcome around here after what happened in the courtroom.
Oh, Bresson. The Blue Bloods are a big organization, and Bresson was pretty firmly on the other side. Guys like Han who work in the gray areas might as well live in a different world.
If you say so. I just didn't think the Mafia would allow the death of one of their own to go unanswered.
They sent him into a quorum pack with police with a motor arm that only had one shot. I don't think they're surprised he didn't make it back.
Will Detective Reyes be alright? She seemed angry. More angry than usual. More so than usual, that's what I said.
Yeah, she'll be alright. Blowing up, yelling, cursing, that's nothing. Practically healthy. It's the ones who are quiet you gotta worry about. What brings you back here anyway?
We're pursuing leads. Investigating. Detectiving, if you will.
Sounds serious. Well, might as well ask you about things.
Anyone go digging into Chopin after my implications earlier today?
Lady Rockford will probably take it seriously, if only to cross it off the list, but I think you mostly just piss people off. Lucky for you, was able to convince some techs to confirm your soundproof Windows theory, but I don't expect to be welcome at City Hall anytime soon.
I didn't count on it. Whatever else is innocent of, Chopin did get here before anyone else, and no one knows how.
Look, if he really did get some kind of coded message or secret text, there's no trace of it in any comms logs on his personal devices. And he didn't come from any of the tech we've examined on site.
Have you found any secret passages on the premises?
I'm afraid not, little lady. But maybe you'll have better luck than me.
Secret passages in what world? What was your whole story back in the courtroom? You and Reyes happened to be in the area?
If you don't want to take my word for it, Ray'll tell you the same thing.
It doesn't seem like she'd want to talk to Adonai at that moment. Can you tell me exactly what you two saw when you arrived?
Then 10999 went out at around 10:15 p.m. telling us that Chopin's car had stopped. So we dashed across the street to an elevator. We were descending at 10:17 p.m. where Roy just reported that he was dead. At 10:20 p.m. we approached from the front of the building, saw the door ajar, locked blown in, and Sanjay and I started clearing the first floor.
You didn't hurry up to the third floor where the dead cop was.
Like I testified, Chopin had flatlined and his own partner had confirmed it was no false alarm. We knew we couldn't do anything for him. Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so SOP is we focus on securing the area and clearing the premises.
How level-headed. And that still plays with my theory that that idiot did it. Maybe not like I think he's the one responsible for Chopin, unless it was like, again, maybe Sarah has a point with the secret passage, but otherwise he's the only one with time to do it. It's not necessarily like whether he did it because he didn't like him as a cop or because he got paid or something is another story, but that seems the two most likely situations. So the officer Rogers we saw in court really today really did take Sasuke down all by himself. Yeah, charging and pistol whip him right on the head. I assume you found that the first floor was in fact clear. Yeah, all these vaults were empty. You didn't wait for Cyanus to show up with the spare keys. Surprised you didn't throw your back out kicking down doors. Sunshine helped. Besides, they weren't all locked. They weren't. Yeah, I remember that. That one right there wasn't locked. Room 107. Nothing inside there either, though. Guess the Blue Bloods mix are locked on a nightly roundup or something. Hannes hasn't locked every door in the building at this point. When I first walked down this hall and when I walked out the front door later. How did this hall look then? If you do manage to find some kind of silent alarm, I'll be impressed. If you prove that Chopin was dirty, I'll be floored. But even then, how the hell are you gonna convince a jury that anyone other than Sosuke killed him? It'll be difficult without accounting for the 4 dead Blue Bloods as well. But if you take it all in as one set, starts seeming plausible as an internal issue, don't you think?
Or you wanna pitch these as the Youngbloods and Olgar going at it over what?
The juicy bait that Chopin literally died over. Proposition 492.
But what's there to disagree about? The project would put money in everyone's pockets.
If my theory is correct and Chopin was killed because the Youngbloods didn't want the Olgar abandoning them, the Olgar have always edged their bets on the Little Lord returning. Does that mean the Redding plans to profit off of Prop 492 were a Youngblood conspiracy? Those papers were tucked inside Creek's safe before I arrived.
Well, good hunting.
You won't be joining us in the hunt? That was barely a Bloodborne reference.
No, this time I'm gonna go pump the brakes on Sunshine before she finds a bar. Try not to piss off the Blue Bloods with any more wild accusations while I'm gone.
I would never. Unless it was funny.
Take care. And that goes doubly for you, Sparky.
What does Sparky mean, by the way?
It's a nickname, cause you're so bright.
A nickname!
I guess people are always calling you ads whatever they like, huh? Story should have asked first.
What do you mean?
I'll just call you Sarah.
But it's my nickname. You gave it to me. You can't just take it back.
Well, okay then, Sparky.
What the hell? You hate Spearmint that much? That is... I would never want to seem ungrateful.
And back at the crime scene.
Seems like the smell's starting to fade. Well, even the memory of blood now that so many feet have trodden through here. Nothing lasts forever. Miss Han? What? No, I already called you this morning. No, they're not. No, they're not. You're being paranoid. Yes, I'm sure. Yes, I'll call you tonight. Bye. Didn't mean to interrupt another lover's quarrel. What? Ah, no, that was... Dementia meds aren't working. They got confused this time of day. Sorry. Forget it, that's what I'm gonna do. Just gonna turn my phone off for a minute and forget. Get Andre, by the way. So, what up? There's a couple ways of going about this, but none of them are surefire. Might as well start out big and see if there's anything to this theory. Do the Blue Bloods use silent alarms? Yeah, of course. Thank you for telling us. Sure. I'm actually going to need a bit more than that, Miss Han. It's just Han. Did Creek have a silent alarm? She's hesitating all of a sudden. Is she unsure of the answer, or did she just give her first answer without thinking about where it would lead? Nothing like that style in the building. Args would have chewed it up and spat it out by now. The axe is not flawless. It can miss things. Look, you see the level of tech we Blue Blood have. It's secure but it ain't subtle. True. An Orca-run security firm won't have quite as much luck hiding the subsystems from the police as David Asher did, Sarah. But the Arcs can miss things that aren't tech at all. A silent alarm that's analog? Let me know if you figure that one out. Either an alarm is analog and loud or digital and silent. They don't mix. She's offensive, but her logic is sound. Approaching it from the other angle then. How could an analog silent alarm possibly function? A literal alarm, but one that can be heard under normal circumstances. What a horrible smell in here. Like a dog whistle. You once bragged to me about your sense of smell. I don't think I was bragging. Could have sworn you puffed your chest out at the time. Doesn't matter. If I asked you to sniff something out, could you find it? What would you like me to look for? I still don't have a clear picture of what happened after I left. But there's one thing I know should be here that hasn't turned up once yet. The knife. That's a knife. Right. I'm the only one who knows about the knife. And while I don't know where it went, I do know it had plenty of blood on it when I last saw it. I want you to smell for blood. Adonai, do you really need me to help you find blood in here? I'm not asking you to sniff in here. I want you to smell out of the window. I'll try. There are many strong smells in this part of the city, Adonai. But there is something truly unpleasant as well. Something beneath the fire escape. Okay. Now go fetch. You could ask nicely. Wait, Sarah. Yes? That's a very old rusted fire escape. Take the stairs. You're too heavy. As you command, Adonai. An instant. Several minutes later, which is not an instant for the record, Sarah returned looking worse for wear and seemingly in a bad mood. Did the weight comment bother her that much? Morgan, would you feel good if someone randomly commented on your weight? No, well, it's Morgan, she probably wouldn't care. Or she would really just compartmentalize the entire thing in the worst way possible and kill the person in question later. Depends. Adonai, I do not like digging through trash. It is not a dignified way to investigate. Digging in people's trash is the basis of all good investigation. Easy for you to say when you aren't wearing all white. Did you find something? Yes. My knife and its shard? I found it amongst the ashes of a blackened steel drum below the fire escape. It seems to have been the site of a fire. That sounds familiar. Wasn't there a barrel burning in the alley when I first scooped the place out? There were signs of a chemical flame retardant being applied to the barrel. Police must have put the fire out when they first secured the scene. Meaning the knife wasn't in a fire all night, but still. There does indeed appear to be blood on this knife, Adonai. So how did both the police and scientists miss it? Their noses aren't as good as yours, evidently. That is true. But they have drones and dogs for this kind of thing. Yes, but they have to actually use them. They have no reason to search the vicinity for a bloody knife if they found a sword sticking out of a corpse's midsection. Shall we ask the police to check for fingerprints? Fingerprints are mostly oil and sweat. Fire evaporates them both. Then, we have to test and see whose blood is on that knife. But DNA is damaged by heat as well. You know, before DNA analysis, blood had another forensic use. You mean, blood typing? The DNA on the knife might be too damaged, but a modern analytical tool should be able to at least identify blood typing. That could work, Adonai. Let me think about it. Well, let's clean the evidence, but also... wrong one. It was... Who was it that was killed? You were the one. B negative. Okay, that is a very... Like, that's a relatively rare blood type. Most people are A, and A plus at that. I know O negative is the least common, but... Like, B negative is rare enough that you could argue. Like, argue the case for that. Great! Ready to get started? Pardon? You were capable of recognizing my DNA, weren't you? When we first met, yes, but... So why don't you try your hand on analyzing blood type? It's gotta be simpler, right? I might be, but I don't like to analyze the blood on the knife. I would have to use my Pretend it's a lollipop or something. It's blood! Well done, blood. It'll taste like beef. You don't know what human blood tastes like. Of course I don't. I mean, it shouldn't taste much different from, like, regular blood, and there's blood pudding and blood sausages. Not that I like either of those, but, like, some people eat them. Some people like that shit. Look, the fire sanitized it. Probably. Just get it over with. I will reference this incident the next time we discuss races, Adonai. Fine by me. Cause that's never happening. This is so cute. Analyzing flavor profile. Analysis complete. Poor Sarah. Yeah, that would mean my reaction too. That would be my reaction with regular animal blood. It would be worse with human blood. What you got? There is blood from more than one person present. Mostly B negative, I believe, and some AB negative around the tip. Alright, now I can cross-reference that with the rest of the data I have. Thank you for the report, Sarah. You've given me a new lead to follow. Wait. You're O positive. You're A negative. You're B negative. You're O negative. Of course, you're fucking O negative. Wait, AB negative? Well, you know, you wouldn't. But not you. Negative. Positive. A negative. I mean, it's not gonna be you. That would be ridiculous, but for now, you're the only person with A B negative. A positive. Oh, well, that could be a problem. But did we bleed when we got attacked? Like, I don't think we Wait, is Asuka's blood also? And check him. Oh, it could just be Sasuke's, actually. That would make the most sense. And then you can actually make, like, a case on the fact that whoever used a knife on me, on Miller. On Miller used it on Sasuke. That's an idea. Thank you for the report, Sarah. You've given me a new lead to follow. Yes, Adonai. And you've just made your first forensic contribution to an ongoing criminal investigation. How many Andros can say that? Now come on, we got some boxes to tick. Literally. So this is where they found Krieg's body. He was the only one who didn't die instantly if anyone had a chance to use a silent alarm. No, he must have been paralyzed in between the time he was shot and his actual expiration. They weren't paralyzed. What do you mean? If they had been paralyzed, Yumi would have noted that in her autopsy. That's true. But he just sat there limp the whole time, didn't even try to move. He was playing dead? Letting me think he couldn't move so I wouldn't notice his... Was anything found in his hands? Anything at all? It doesn't seem like it. They weren't holding something by the time their body got to the morgue. If he had been holding something but dropped it when he died. Let me look. For what? Anything small enough to fit in the palm of your hand. Hang on, what's this? Ooh, what's this? What was that? Did you just jump? It was... I was merely surprised by that sound, Adonai. What sound? I just brushed against this little toy thing. You can hear it? I can, and it is not exactly pleasant on the ears. Could any android hear it, or is this some special feature David gave you? I'd imagine any android or robot or electronic device with modern features could pick up this tone. Maybe I should close the window before I test it anymore and stop torturing all the dogs in the neighborhood. Closing the window would not matter. It's soundproof though. But the specific frequency of this tone is not in your audible spectrum to begin with. Right. But do you really think Rick was toying with a nuisance maker in their final moments? I mean, there's nothing to say he wasn't. Anchor Tan. Supposedly he was the first to die. Logically, he had to have been. He's the one who had the gun. If an attacker got it away from him, they must have done so first. Yes, I can see that the gun is registered to him. Right, registered. Who the hell would look at this guy with that gun and just nod him along? Patrol officers TC and HR 1 week ago. TC and HR, Tariq Chopin and Hughie Rogers. The badge numbers match. It seems like they detained Anchor Tan briefly during a stop and frisk and found this gun on him. I need a gun like this on anyone with priors during a stop and frisk. At the very minimum, that's grounds for 28 days detainment. Why they just let him go? Is it possible that he was a criminal informant? If he was a CI, they wouldn't have even logged the incident. And besides, patrol officers don't have their own CIs. Then perhaps they let him go for some other reason. Because they'd already gotten what they wanted from him. Make sure to copy the file of that stop and frisk report. Right away! I think I should be able to check this soda corpse. Oh, is this evidence? It's a piece of crap some crime scene tag left behind. Nothing relevant about it. Yes, you're right. It's just displaying a news article that they must have been reading. Apparently they've arrested the Heartbreak Killer. Copycat. Yes, the Heartbreak Killer's copycat. And it seems... Just let me skim it for myself. Suspected Heartbreak copycat foiled. Arrested. An individual suspected of planning an act of terror has been arrested thanks to quick response from local police and well-coordinated efforts from state investigators. The suspect, whose identifying information has not been released to the public, was apprehended by officers seemingly in the midst of preparing for their attack, having already loaded firearms and several magazines of ammunition into their vehicle. Police have not commented on whether the firearm in question was properly tagged, but insiders with close ties to the investigation claim that the weapon itself was not what led to the arrest. We had identified a troubling pattern of net activity in the days leading up to the arrest, concerning searches and attempts to access all net portals. The suspect had already been on our radar by that point, so when they posted that manifesto, we were able to quickly secure a warrant for their arrest. The alleged manifesto in question consists of what was, at the time, a publicly accessible online document praising Heartbreak's hardline stance against neoliberal corporate soft power, and listing a number of complaints and criticisms against the recent business decisions made by Hanami Robotics. Most notably, an announcement made on their last earnings call that they would begin moving manufacturing jobs offshore. Of course. While the decision landed Hanami in some controversy at the time, the stock price is steadily increasing in the days after, reflecting optimism amongst shareholders that Hanami's lucrative product lines of mostly heavy construction robots would no longer be so strictly tied to national politics. When the arrest was first made, no clear connection between the individual and Hanami was apparent, but Hanami's CFO has since been seen speaking at an investor conference at a hotel within 50 kilometers of the suspect residence, suggesting a possible target. The takeaway here is that terrorist acts like this one are easily caught, easily prevented, and there is no standing risk to the public, said lead investigator Kennings in his official statement to the press. To any dissidents out there thinking they're the next Heartbreak just because you bought a gun, you will be caught, you will be prosecuted, and your hero won't be far behind. Update: Hanami Robotics has yet to respond to requests for comment, but their official social media accounts have released simultaneous statements denouncing in the strongest terms raising violence and thanking investigators for their swift and decisive action. We have also learned that a select portion of shareholders have received messages clarifying Hanami's global market strategy and reaffirming the commitment to their workers as well as their customers and shareholders. Whether this is indication of a reversal of the decision to relocate manufacturing jobs overseas, like what you're reading, does it change how you feel about Hanami, Robalkis? What if you could have access to stories like these like these hours or even days before the rest of the public? With a Premiere account, you have access to all our all our updates on the business world as soon as they hit our desk. Remember, that's not insider trading, that's foreigners trading trademark. I hate the media. It's nothing, it's nothing, it's nothing. Morgan, do you want to talk about the fact that it's nothing? This is nothing, a fluff piece. Can't believe anyone would read or write these rags. I suppose that it could have been a coincidence. That's exactly what it is. Someone is a little salty. Writing protocol designed to make data difficult to physically redistribute. Couldn't anyone just take out their phone and snap a picture of the pages? It seems that some of the responding officers attempted to. The axe shows that they failed. That's some fancy ink. What do you see when you look at the pages then? No more detail than you do, I'm afraid. It's strange, isn't it? They went to such lengths to protect this information. And yet these pages were left out where Officer Chopin or anyone could read them. They weren't left there by Creek. I took the documents out of his safe so I could reach the mask. And I must have left them out on the desk afterwards. Like an idiot, that was my own fault. Are you the last thing that I have to check? Nothing else, nothing else, nothing else? Okay. Our client Sasuke. According to Rogers, this is how he found him. Trusting the sword into Chopin. Or merely trying to retrieve it. Not a huge improvement there. He really was found in a terrible state, wasn't he? And that was before the police gave him his cop killer welcoming and... Sarah, bring up the medical files on Sasuke. I want to go over everything we know about how he looked when Rogers arrested him. What specifically? Maybe the wood patterns? How exactly was he injured? His left hand was broken, he had internal bleeding throughout his torso, bruising and rope burns on his wrists where he was bound, contusions all over the anterior side of his body, and he also sustained a large blunt force trauma wound on the back of the head. His biggest wound was to the back of his head. I guess if he fell backwards to the ground. There is also a small cut on his left hand. How small? As if he cut himself in the kitchen. Wasn't expecting a metaphor there, but it's effective enough. He was covered in blood, right? Were samples taken for analysis? The blood on his torso and head was all his own. He got some of Chopin's blood on him while he was face down, being cuffed by Officer Rogers. And he also had a great deal of Tress blood on his feet and pant legs. Any other questions about our client's arrest, Adonai? Not unless there are some crime scene photos you've been holding out on me. I'm afraid not. Or is it that I'm the only one who made an effort to preserve the crime scene? That about wraps it up in here. Miss Han, since Cyanus is technically in charge of securing the crime scene, what should we do with this? Do we what? Adonai, please refrain from pressing that button any more than necessary. Sorry, Sarah, I can see you don't like it. But Miss Han's phone doesn't seem to like it either. It's just Han. And I don't know what you're talking about, I get messages all the time. She's such a piece of shit.
Morgan, you can stop.
And ma'am, if you could please just admit it so she stops pressing that. Fine, whatever. Yes, you find one of our alarms. Pretty clever system. Not really, it's just an app. Just set the frequency and get a notif if the app picks it up. The range? A couple kilometers. Thanks for clearing that up. Well, I have you here, though. Exactly how fast did you show up to the scene of the crime? Adam, this is a blue blood neighborhood. Do you really expect people to believe the cops lumber their way here faster than any of you could? What exactly are you trying to say? Yeah, I'm tuned to that frequency. But I'm tuned to a lot of frequencies. It's a good way of communicating without the mechs or pigs listening in. So you didn't get this alarm the night of the incident? You didn't even know it went off that night. You got proof it did? Can you explain how else Officer Chopin could have gotten here? Nah, not my job to either. Is it your job to come to a fellow Blue Blood's aid when they're desperately calling for help? I ain't no Krieg, Lila. I didn't say Krieg was the one who had this. I saw where you were poking around under the head of the pod, I assumed. He's a stranger to me. Even though you're both young bloods. What? I'm guessing that's what the tattoo means. Neither of you make much effort to hide it. You know, Morgan, you could be more subtle about it, but I guess subtlety isn't like the most useful tool in this case. It is plainly visible even in their autopsy photos. You have no idea what this ink means. Would you tell us what it means? Blood bag. What? The old guy used you as donors? Gangsters live a life of drugs, smoking, drinking, and back alley mods, and end up with livers and kidneys that look like charred steak. Who could have guessed? Got no children cause the career kill them all. Can't get on the donor list because they're geriatric reviled crime lords. So what do? Hey kid, wanna be a gangster? Let me see if you got what it takes. Oh, still will I prick your finger. They tattooed their torsos cause even if you modify for limbs, you'll still pump clean plasma. Every drop an indicator of quality. I'm an Universal Dollar, so I got 3. AAA graded, just like meat. And Creek? Save it for the trial, lady. Well, are we done here, you think? Not quite. Emma's argument is that Sasuke didn't escape from here. He was brought out into the other room to be questioned and then he broke free. I know that's not true. Sasuke would have been stuck here until the police arrived if I hadn't handed him the magas to, well, frame him. And the knife, also to frame him, but secondarily so that he could cut himself free from his bindings. Those bloody racks there? Remember what Sasuke told us when we first met? That he was bound in here the whole time until his bad Samaritan came along and gave him a knife. Now we know what knife he was talking about. And now I want to know whose blood this is. The blood on the bindings, it would have to belong to Sasuke, wouldn't it? All the other bodily fluids in this room do. Probably. But I need to know. You've already done it once. What's one more time? One more time will surely make me sick. Again. Please, Adonai, let us ask one of the science employees on standby to analyze it. They have a record of a very fast turnaround on DNA tests, I promise. I can show you customer reviews. That's right, Sinus does DNA testing. Typically paternity tests as part of their private investigative services. But they have been assisting the police with DNA analysis around the scene. I will flag the bindings to be analyzed. Wait. I have already made the request, Adonai. If you insist on making me test the findings myself now, you will only be upsetting my stomach to satisfy your own impatience. Fine. But I'm gonna cite this incident the next time we discuss a race. Damn. How the turntables. Really is a shithole in here though, huh? I agree with your sentiment, if not your choice of words. It feels like a cruel place. What is it? Was there something we miss in here, Adonai? No, not in here. The windows. They were closed when Creep was shot, still closed when Chopin and Rogers arrived on site. They were open by the time Rogers got to this room. I use that contradiction to argue for the presence of a third party. Because someone must have opened them. They got down the fire escape. And then what? They must have jumped down the alley and run away, right? Yeah, that's one option. What's the other? We killed them to do some sweeping around here. I guess that would be contaminating the crime scene at this point. But then what the hell do all these cops and scientist chumps actually do? Lean on walls and screw around on their phones. I think you're being a bit harsh in your assessment. But you aren't alone in your criticism. Detective Reyes had much to say about how science employees were not wearing gloves and knocking over trash. If they had picked up trash, they'd be removing evidence, the arcs would light up. Hiding trash, though. I don't know. Let me look through this. Garbage again already? Just start looking. If any of it requires DNA analysis. Wait, there. Red. I don't smell any blood. Not blood. Ink. A torn page of the red ink documents. With what looks like a shoe print on it. Shall we try and match it to samples? Good luck, cops and security types all wear the same kind of boots. On top of which 99 out of 100 shoes in the city are made by the same two megs. But if the print isn't useful, that just leaves the actual text, and that looks like the letters were all run through the wash a couple dozen too many times. Well, it isn't particularly informative, and I don't understand exactly how this clue fits in with everything else we've seen. But doesn't this seem important? How could he have been lying here, neglected this whole time? Nah, princess, I have to call you right back. Of course, wouldn't dream of it. Come on, you know me. What you find there? More dead man's garbage? Keep it up and you girls are gonna make me look bad. Happy to be of assistance. So would you like to add this to the arcs, or should I? Well, since you got my memento going, so please don't let me get in your way. You don't wear gloves on the job, Miss Han. It's just Han, we already know that. You probably also know that I don't really make them in my size. So if we found your fingerprints in here, and those windows, or even upstairs, man, I'd be pretty embarrassed. We almost always get rated 5 stars. So you need me to walk you out? I'll be fine, thanks. Suit yourself. Just be careful you don't get lost. Don't be going down soon. It can be hard to find your way back in the dark. Yeah, okay. This idea is starting to look like a pretty safe bet. Your theory that Chopin was assassinated as an attack on the Old Guard? Well, how can we confirm it? We still haven't met anyone from the Old Guard. Though even if we had, it occurs to me that they would be reluctant to speak with Suzuki Kariya's legal team. Don't be so pessimistic. The enemy of my enemy is usually willing to at least talk. And talk is where I do all my best work. Where do we look then? You still got the address boss gave us? 6:06 p.m. August 15, 2086. Blue Blood territory. Hey there, tall, red, and mysterious. Ladies, please come in. Don't be shy. Let me guide you to a booth. Local host. Shall we take a seat for now? With taste as expensive as yours. If you get near a menu, these people will drain my checking account on overpriced champagne faster than I can blink. Oh, champagne! As much as you like. This is gonna derail fast if I don't find a way to shoot it down. A surefire way to get exactly the right kind of attention and douse their salesmanship in one go. I'll need to go with that. Hey, please don't frown. A smile would suit your pretty face much. I need to speak with your manager. Yeah. What happened? They're all walking away. Hey, mama, yeah, there's some kind of, I don't know, accountant or whatever here to talk to you. The voice on the other end of his earpiece grumbles a response, a cranky one judging by his reaction. Mama will be out in a second. You're expected to buy something in the meantime. You got tap water? You don't want to drink the tap water in this district. Soda water? It's all overpriced, lady. Might as well get something you'll enjoy. I thought my first visit to a house club would be more celebratory than this. How much thought have you given the subject? Have you ever been to an establishment like this before? No. Not even when you were apprenticing? There may have been certain work parties where attendance was strongly encouraged, but I never set foot within a kilometer of a place like this otherwise. I suppose if you have a hard spending limit, there's only so much you can enjoy. And it's not a matter of cost. It's a matter of taste. Surely everyone enjoys being paid attention, no? It's flattering. Not everyone takes to being complimented. I see, so you respond more to being challenged. What do you think? Perhaps not. What kind of light reading gets tossed around a club like this? Probably something along the lines of, I spent every night at a host club for 1 year. Here's what the staff taught me about emotional workloads in corporate settings. Oh, wait, this actually looks somewhat interesting. Fungus Steamies Bamboo stokes unrest. That's an ideal rainfall patterns met with greater than usual saltwater flooding had already left many of the tropically scented macro farms that produce most of the world's bamboo struggling to meet demand. Now with increasingly widespread reports of fungal infections, tensions are beginning to rise in the region as its large migrant worker population is faced with the possibility of one of the worst quarters on record. Bamboo is a highly versatile crop cultivated successfully for thousands of years and on all 7 continents, if one counts the agriculture science labs on the Antarctic Peninsula. To be fair, it's more than the fact that it's versatile. Like, bamboo is, what's the right word in English? Endemic? Like, it's a kind of thing, like, it kind of grows like a weed would. Like, is like, versatile is like, no, this bitch will survive a lot of bullshit that you can put it through. Although they do prefer humid climates, is my understanding. But in recent decades, advances in agricultural genetics and greater restrictions on the lumber industry would could inactivity have led to bamboo becoming a premier organic manufacturing and construction material for much of the world, especially in impoverished regions that often lack the machinery required to process advanced synthetic equivalents. The hardy plant can grow in a wide variety of environments and humidity levels and has even been considered an aggressive invasive species at times. What did I just say? But modern genetically modified monocultures are tailored to grow specifically in a small number of tropic and subtropic biomes, intended to provide a stable cash crop for regions that have historically struggled to farm soy, sugar, or wheat. Okay, but like, if you struggle with soy, sugar, or wheat, like, there are other, like, like hemp. Like the implication here is that weed is legal. Hemp, like different strains of like the weed plant are an option. Like sunflowers. Like sunflowers are actually pretty like survivable plants, and like they'll survive in different climates pretty okay. And I guess the oil for sunflower is not as good as like others, and I never had anyone use sunflower flour, but like there are alternatives. But it's a delicate balancing act between turning a cultivar to a target environment and rendering it unviable in the wild, and years like this one can put that vulnerability on full display. The fungus practically chews through the groups. You can see it growing with the naked eye, said one worker who requested anonymity due to concerns over their citizenship status. The company tells us to just burn it all, but it's too damp for anything to catch fire. Bamboo is hard to burn, so they want us using this incendiary stuff, and they won't pay for us to have masks. Data on the efficiency of burn pits in combating the spread of the fungus is limited, but corporate officials agree that the risk of inhalation among personnel is low and masks are an unnecessary measure. Some of the migrant worker population, however, is arguing that the hesitancy to provide masks is more politically motivated. Florida's rebellion was decades ago, but the gas mask is still a powerful symbol even today. Back then, workers went on strike because the conditions growing mushrooms in the fungal plots were so unbearable. Now this fungus is cutting into profits again. You got a lot of workers dependent on the industry, a lot of young people who could easily be out of work. I'd be surprised if they weren't getting nervous. It is true that the region is home to a disproportionately young population, as many international trade schools have flocked to tropical climates in an attempt to attract students with promises of low cost of living and vacation-like idyllic conditions. And though education lies firmly in the realm of corporate authority, government officials are also keenly aware of the risks and challenges associated with such a large student population. Ramsay syndrome remains a serious concern among. We're having difficulty authenticating your identity. Can you provide some basic info so we can get this webpage trained properly for you? No, the reading material I expected to find here. But judging from the article, the mechs are getting concerned about the unrest. The fungus, they clearly don't give a shit. The fungus is a problem, sure, but they've engineered their crops around problems like it 100 times before. Easier to update the monoculture genetics and your entire global economic model. The mechs are probably more concerned about all the young people getting agitated about their job security. The warmer the waters, the bigger the storms they brew. But I don't know that I'm walking into the lion's den here. Stepping even further into Blue Blood territory to defend an Icaria assassin. Do I really have to wait for the shoe to drop in a place this leasy too? Are you perhaps not enjoying yourself, Adonai? You're getting better at picking up on that. You are frowning quite openly. Are we in danger of getting arrested here? There's nothing illegal about a house club. So, are you just uncomfortable then? Unamused. That means uncomfortable. Okay, I guess it's time to, order. You think they were being literal when they said you were expected to make a purchase? Probably. Doesn't mean I oblige them. Though it's not like spending money here will make them less likely to cooperate. I would offer some suggestions based on customer reviews and price points, but for some reason I don't see prices listed on any of the items on their menu. Was a mistake made when formatting the data? I really hate this place. Beer, wine, champagne. Well, I'm not gonna not, like, order something because I fear for my life and they did ask me to order something. Well, Sarah did want champagne. What the hell? Hey, Pondoignon! Pour out a tower for all I care. Suddenly, as I utter a magic phrase or a sleep or cell kill switch, all the eyes of the staff around the room dart to me. With a jolt of energy, the bartender jumps up to ring a bell above the counter. Bombi Tower! The staff begin an unseasonably cheaper chant. Tower, tower, tower. I'm not sure Sarah's eyes can get any wider. Let's take a commemorative photo, madame. Where would you like to sit? Who's the smallest spender in here? What? Well, I mean, we don't really keep track of that sort of... His eyes wander, losing light all the while until they settle into a glassy-eyed, pitying stare at an overworked-looking young man at a small table. Adjusting his tie while the girl next to him makes no effort to hide her boredom. Standing over to him, keen for a day. With the same nervous smile he'd used to shake hands with a suicide bomber, the bartender redirects the oncoming parade towards my designated lucky loser. He looks terrified. Money well spent. You just gave the tower away? I got shit to do. I can't drink all of that. I could have perhaps helped. But even so, after you paid all that money to just pass it along to some stranger. Are you some kind of saint? Oh, I'm not paying for that. My cutter's getting this bill. Your client? Fill it under investigative expenses. This is not exactly inaccurate, but... what he gonna do, kill me? Given his positions in the house and his age, it would be more likely he'd have you killed. Mama on deck! Big cheese! What exactly are you expecting? With a title like Mama, I would expect a standard fair nurturing figure What the hell do you want? Is that the kind of treatment one should expect at the establishment after purchasing a champagne tower? That was you? Oh shit, you clearly need information a lot more than I thought. The Korea must be giving you the mushroom treatment. Keep him in the dark. And feed them shit. Yes, I've heard all the lawyer jokes. Now can we talk or should I get on the phone and claim that my credit card's been stolen? You've got a champagne tower. We can talk all goddamn night if you want. Ah, I made the right choice. Introductions then. I'm Morgan Esquire, criminal defense attorney representing Suzuki Korea. With a glowing green toaster as your plus one. Couldn't have put it better myself, Miss Kim Hannah. Small business owner. And one of the most influential members of the Blue Blood Old Guard, I take it. The Old Guard are the only Blue Bloods that have any influence at all. Let's clean this position a little bit. The evidence, hello. I know it's like my knife. It's like, we're not gonna say that it's my knife, but it is my knife. Just so I don't forget. And Miss Kim. Anna Mama Kim. 164, AB+, small business owner, likes persimmon, handbags, joint cracking. That's how you ruin your joints. Dislikes part-timers, binge watchers, and add vandalism. Okay. Hidden talent can slice an onion paper tin in 11 seconds. Relaxes by shooting clay pigeons. Motto, promote from within. Okay. Clay pigeons. Okay. I don't understand that, but sure. Persians and Youngbloods should count themselves lucky to be middle management. Should you really be calling them Youngbloods? Oh, the neon robot is gonna preach us all about political correctness. Really, madam? I know PC. My gen invented PC. We got PC coming out of our ears. So I mean it when I say Youngblood is a term of endearment. Well then, I will hesitate to use it. To their face, better not, they knock your teeth out. How about a trade, Miss Kim? Mrs., you're talking to a widow. Oh, I apologize, ma'am. One who doesn't need anything from you, not the best position to start bargaining from. We're trading information. If you think I can give you anything, you're not thinking very hard. Oh yeah, what do you think you got? Something I can tell her that she doesn't already know. I mean, she might know the ID. Krieg's killer is basically just kind of putting a boot on her own ass. So, presents? I can tell you what happened at the courthouse today. If something worth knowing had happened, it'd be in the news by now. There is currently a blackout on media coverage of today's event. There's always leaks. Finding one will take time. I can give you a first-hand account right now. Let's hear it. An instant? Bresson. What a goddamn idiot. Completely useless. He did manage to infiltrate an entire courtroom full of police officers even knowing he wouldn't make it out alive. And he still failed to hit the easiest shot of his life. But Bresson's just an incompetent addict. The useless idiot is the one who sent him there. Not you, I take it. Olgar sounds like it moves slow and wise, but we got our fair share of hot-headed dumbasses too. Impatient, hot-headed dumbasses. Time is money. My turn to ask a question. Money, is that why you've been going after Makoto? Trying to drum up a king's ransom because you can't go to war without a war chest? Who says we're at war? Who says we're in any rush? Our plans had measures in decades, you little shit. No, time isn't on your side right now. Right now, more than anything, you need money. Says who, you? Says the headlines. Time's running out before you miss the bus on... Yeah, the Nirvana thing. Nirvana. Everyone in the capital knows it'll be legalized before the end of the year. The party drug, the money. Yes, the money. Best kind of money there is, and you could racket it by the truckload. If you had the starting capital to build a dispensary network beforehand. As things stand, the grey wave is gonna roll your hard work up in a ball and hand it off gently to the max. And the Ikaria. You've been losing this game to them for 3 decades straight, but I can see you still haven't gotten used to it. Cause not, who the hell just roll over for those absurd bootlicking? That goddamn fuck smirking behind his perfume, incense and painted screens and sheets of gold leaf. Should've cut out his eyes when I had a chance. I'm acquainted with the hound, who's the fox. Should we conduct a survey of all the IFG members' back tattoos? The fox! The Kitsune, goddamn Daisuke Kariya, of course. The family's patriarch. Haven't had the chance to meet him in person. Ha! Knew there had to be a reason any Kariya lawyer didn't already stink of cigar smoke. Adonai does smoke, despite my repeated warning about the hell hazards. Have you had your olfactory checkup lately? Loss of smell can be the first sign of... I don't stink, that's the takeaway. Now admitted you want to capture Makoto Kariya so you can afford to ride Nirvana to legitimacy. I don't want to capture Makoto Kariya. You know her history? In brief. Though a part of that summary made you think that if I had a chance to end the Ikaria line, I wouldn't take it immediately. Are you speaking for yourself or for the whole old guard? Nah, my turn to ask. Is the hound gonna make it? You asking about my legal defense strategy? His injuries. Any chance he's gonna keel over from an infection after Creek Spot working him over? Did Bresson someone manage to nick him? He is still recovering from the injuries he sustained when captured, but he was not harmed during the incident in the courtroom today. Yeah, Bresson didn't even manage a scratch. Not a scratch, huh? Did he even get a shot off? A detective on the scene responded before he could. A detective? Yes, why? Blah. Not wasting a question on him of all people. Speaking of which, the bottle spun back around. Are the Blue Bloods working with the Chopin family to profit off of Proposition 492? You missed that one. Try another. What do you mean? You think Mr. and Mr. Chopin are working hand in hand with us for a little cross-class embezzling? Those rich pricks wouldn't piss on us if we were on fire and the feeling's mutual. But they're back in Proposition 492. If you could buy the land they need before the city knows that it needs it. The Chopin family aren't your collaborators. They're your marks. Bingo! Kids get a prize. Oh, they were. The plan's worthless now. That whole quorum had me explain how Krieg had read ink documents on Proposition 492. Whatever blueprints, whatever land the city had in mind, they'll change all of it. Thanks for that, by the way. Don't blame me, your plan was always fragile. It was destined to collapse the moment that anyone with more pull than a ticketing officer heard that Blue Bloods had eyes on that real estate. Meaning the Blue Bloods would kill to keep those documents from circulating. Yeah, well, that's just how it goes for Plan Bs. Plan B? Now answer me this. What do you see on those red ink dogs that tipped our hand about Pro 492? Well, it was mentioned in abbreviation, if not in name, P492. That was a pretty big giveaway. It must have had more to go on than that. Names, diagrams. I saw Councilman Long's name on there. Ah, Long, that sloppy bastard. Wait, you didn't know what was on those papers? Not exactly. You didn't know where Pro 492 leaked from. What are you saying? It leaked from that rat Krieg, obviously. Red ink means it was printed off from somewhere you trust, in a place run by people you trusted. And it doesn't sound like you trusted Krieg. Are these your questions because they're terrible? And pointless, Blondie's already dead. So Chopin wasn't in on the plan, what possibilities are left then? Might as well try asking while I have the chance. My client overheard something interesting during his captivity. Talk of the Blue Bloods bringing in a huntsman. Fake. And you don't even know what that means. Your client had it wrong, and you're a fool for believing him without any proof. Sorry, guess he misheard. He must have also misheard that you brought a no mask into the city. Did Sasuke mention that? It's called bluff, Sarah. Yeah, he must have been delirious. After all, if there had been a no mask at the crime scene, it would have turned up during the police investigation. Huntsman, ridiculous. Maybe he's real, maybe he's fake, maybe he's already behind you. Phantoms like that get their power from uncertainty. If I answer your question at all, that'd be your answer. Schrodinger's box is already open, though, and the mask isn't there anymore. If it's not in the hands of the huntsman, then who has it? A dead man. Who just doesn't know it yet. Final round. Would I still want to ask? Or house or rules? Who hired you? How would she spend her final question on that? I mean, technically it was Makoto. He is technically the person who contracted us, but I feel like if I just said Makoto, that would be too much of a blank. Like you basically would paint a target on Makoto, like an unnecessary target. It would be a lot fairer to just say that it was House Ikaria itself, which technically is also true. You already know the answer. I was hired by House Ikaria. You, some no-name nobody with no connection to any of the houses. They hire you to defend their hound. Either you're dumb and that you look, or less curious than a lobotomite, but either way. You really don't know the answer, do you? No, I don't. Which I can freely admit. So why does having it pointed out to me feel like such a defeat? Come to think of it, I have one last question myself. That ain't the deal. Then it can be rhetorical. What are you going to do? You lost all your heirs during the fall of the leaves. Hadn't I? You're reviled by the International Blue Bloods for locking your treasure behind TFA you can't crack. Now all of the old guard need transplants and transfusions from the first and second gens just to stay alive. And they won't be glad to keep that up forever. Eventually you, all of you, will die. Will you rest in peace knowing everything you ever managed to build will be laundered at what, 30%? 40%! 35% just to end up in the hands of some punks you tutored? What a nice young girl you are worrying about your elders. Well, don't worry your pretty little head over dear. Sweet granny here. Cause she's a mean old bitch in a line of work where anyone stupid dies of young. She and hers are gonna be just fine. Don't forget to close your tab before you go. Did you get any useful information from your rhetorical question, Adonai? The question irritated her, but it didn't make her despair. I may have misread this. The old guard have a way forward. Proposition 492 is no longer an option, leaving them with Plan A. The little Lord Butaric Chopin is dead. Yeah, he is. There they! After all they put him through down there in that festering hole of a city district. To try and kill Suzuki in the courtroom of all places. The nerve of those blue blood scum. Of course, he's doing this again. Goddamn child. If we just wait for him to stop, we'll be standing here until morning. So, should we speak up? I don't know. I'm terrible with children. Listen, just keep nodding, and if he calms down enough to ask a non-rhetorical question, get my attention. What are you going to do? Try consulting an expert. What do kids your age like? Not my B-Day. I'm not asking for you. I am not a kid. So I wouldn't know. If it's for Sewa, I'm not a robot either. What would someone younger than you like? I don't know. Even one way below me. Their sense of humor is impenetrable. Other day the school announced they're gonna be doing test prep at every grade level. And the top comment, before it got deleted, was a picture of a fish with boots. And the caption was, battering me and frying me, no I love when children have completely insane millennial humor. Or is that what would be after millennials? Gen Z? Gen Alpha? No, Gen Alpha is like one of the last ones, right? I don't know, I'm a millennial, I can't talk. That's funny. It's not that impenetrable. It's a very basic non sequitur. Oh, it is for the non sequitur. Go ask someone else. I mean, to be fair, a lot of comedy really surrealist stuff in this day and age, which is what makes it good, if you ask me. All you did there was get back on topic. Why are you even asking? I've been hired by a youth, and I need to interrupt their temper tantrum. I love how she just says youth. It's just like, yeah, I'm not gonna call him a brat, but do what you want me, and what do you want me to do from here? Hug them some folk knife box. What is that? Would that work? After what do you mean that you'd hire you? Oh. So they must be like Reach? Yes. Also, can I just say that it kills me that they said fork knife, because now that they announced the adorable little creatures from Peak are in fork knife, they actually made an entire like the people from Peak. They made like an entire video for like promotion for it, where they actually just call it fork knife the entire time, and I'm just like, yeah, now that's big comedy. I'm like the worst to ask for advice then. What do I know about rich kids? Your academy's full of them. Why do you think I do as much of my schoolwork as possible from my dorm? Don't you at least have a roommate? Nope. Never gonna sign one. Guess there was some kinda unavoidable computer error on the end. Hehehe. This is hopeless. You usually go to gatekeeping and shit. Putting up judges, bribing court officials, slipping coins into his ears, pussies. You have a very antiquated view of what my work entails. Medieval, in fact. I don't even put coins into VCR purses when I play Sultan's game. Hey, he passed it, you know him. It's a child. Whatever photo that is failed to send. You don't have to lie. Come on, Morgan. God damn it. I mean, what would you do if they were a rich, if they were a rich adult? Try them or whatever? Rich adults are used to people wanting their money. Flattery puts them on guard. So what's the approach? You approach them as though you already work for them. Pretend you're a butler. Acting on wordless commands they're given without an original thought in your head. They aren't suspicious of anyone they feel like they already own. That mostly makes sense. So do that! They probably got more in common with a rich adult than kids their own age. Or you know, anyone else with a soul. The brat has a point. Unless there's some reason you can't do your iconic butler technique here. Because I don't want to act subservient to a child. Sasuke did strain himself slightly when he tried to tackle me to the ground, but that was the extent of it. Yes, as my ad says, no one was hurt. Well, the attacker was part of an officer-involved shooting, but no one else was hurt. Oh well, then perhaps you should just forgive all and make peace. Those fools will regret their actions. The anger of the house once roused is not easily satisfied. Shit, I thought there was a law, but he's ready to start back up again. As Sun Tzu says, if your opponent is of a choleric temper, seek to irritate him. Well, yes, but... Please calm yourself, Makoto of House Ikaria. We need to speak with you. About what? About Sasuke. You think he's done something to the service? That's not what There's nothing Sasuke could have done to justify what the Blue Bloods have put him through. I assumed as much, but... Makoto has no idea what the Hano Ikaria was doing up until a year ago, does he? These questions are foolish. I'll not waste my time. A wise man can learn more from a foolish question than a fool can learn from a wise answer. What the Bhagavad Gita you want, Robo Girl? It is not impressive for a machine to... Bruce Lee said that. Well, he was probably paraphrasing at the time. Will you help us or not, Makoto? Please. If it's for Sasuke... Enough. Electric blue irises flash a deadly glare. The room's shadows seem to extend in his presence, curling and deepening like ink dropped into water. That's a gangster. Chairman? All of you show some respect now. He says it out of practice, without actually looking around the room. One glance would have shown him there was no need to demand respect. Every head was already bowed. This is a man who is used to others not meeting his eyes. The rest of you got lost. The practiced obedience didn't betray them. They all slipped away into the halls of the complex without so much as a creak on the floorboards. And even so, their anxiety was screaming at me like a bad tail begging to be taken advantage of. His presence here today was not expected. Now then, come here, Makoto-tan! Grandpa! How are things on the front lines, huh? Makoto is the heir, so the chairman is his grandfather, of course, but
My little warlord making his enemies tremble with fear every time he sets a foot out of the door.
I was not expecting the head of a house of nobility to be so, affectionate. Yeah. I thought you and father were still in the capital.
Well, we were, and we made a lot of powerful people in the city very frustrated when we were at it.
And made a lot of frustrating people very powerful, I'm sure.
Wish I had seen their dumb faces suddenly nodding when I cancelled my meetings. Just to fly home and see my grandson.
Ahem. Chairman, apologies for the lack of an introduction. This is...
I know exactly who she is. She's a lawyer. Any good?
She is not entirely incompetent. I would hope he could say more than that. And she's also somewhat perceptive, Chairman.
Nothing to keep her mouth shut, clearly. How can she be?
Her methods are odd. She came here to ask me about Sasuke for some reason.
Not another word.
Chairman?
Like in the storehouse on the second floor, there's a cask of sake that I won in a drinking game 5, or I suppose it's been 6 years ago now. Will you go and fetch it for your grandfather?
Of course, but...
I'll trick of the trade, one sip and anything we tell her becomes inadmissible in court.
I see, very clever, Chairman. Makoto is allowed to drink sake.
The hell's wrong with you? Of course you can drink. It's a ceremony of it all, damn it.
Understood, I'll go retrieve it right away.
One of those layabouts that were in here fetch you a ladder first. Make him keep their one for once. Put in a suit and a pair of glasses and think you can just stand there for the rest of your career, you lazy. You're damn imbecile, you got nothing better to do.
Should we be seated a certain way for... There is no cask of sake. Oh. So then the strategy of becoming intoxicated in order to avoid...
I made that up. You're the lawyer. Any truth to what I said?
No need for tricks like that. Attorney-client privilege already binds my hands. I'm working for House Ikaria right now, Sarah. I mean, hell, Makoto could confess to me that he's a mass murderer and I wouldn't be able to tell a soul. So then why did you send Makoto away, Mr. Chairman, sir?
I want to walk the gardens.
Are we supposed to follow him? He left that part unsaid. How can you tell? Hey, quick strategy meeting. You know what a butler is, right?
Fair?
I'm glad you have such an appreciation for attorney-client privilege, sir. It makes these conversations go much smoother. But if you trust privilege so much, why don't you trust your grandson to be here?
Knocking you, Sir Copper. My boy is the future of this family. If I didn't trust him, there would be no point to any of this. Everything I built, dynasties aren't dynasties unless you manage to actually pass them down.
What you built in the last 30 years is undeniably impressive. It must have required astonishing brutality.
Progress is brutality, and history is unkind to the gentle.
Is that why you orchestrated the fall of the leaves? To get your name in the history books?
Orchestrated, so grand, so full of it. We knocked out their doors, and when they opened them, we shut them. Walked up to them on the street and split their stomachs wide. Pulled up beside them and let loose full out on their lemurs. It wasn't anything as complicated as orchestrated. I executed.
Let's see the profile. 172. He's not even that tall. No offensive. Likes bodybuilding, archery, and bonsai. Dislikes phones and the dinner table. Of course, he's old. Undefeated at enjoying spicy food. Okay. Smells like cedar, tobacco, iron, and dried blood. Handshake. Vice-like.
And my uncle named me his successor for it.
The Blue Bloods weren't even able to put up a fight?
They were worried about handshake events and social media perception. So the fancy high places would be there when they needed them. Thought they had already won.
So how'd you get away with it?
Good timing. No one notices a leaky faucet in a downpour.
This was right before the Red Decade got underway.
And once the border started locking up, there was no chance for reinforcements. We never saw it coming. We didn't know there was a bubble. We didn't think things would get that bad. That's what they always say. The losers. The scapegoats paraded in front of courts and cameras to meekly reassure the national audience that no, you couldn't have done anything. And then the government just gives them money banks because they're too big to fail. Wait, that's a different one. You did everything right, so did we. We're all victims of uncontrollable market forces here. Still bred for a peace-poor circus. Made a pity party instead of proper gladiators. I saw the signs, but more importantly, I didn't ignore them. Droughts from heaven, no grain in the storehouses. There'd only be room for one family of thieves in this city, and I'm sure it was mine. Last call, all aboard.
And everything you built since, Renogen Oreo Holdings, the legitimate half of you're so proud of.
That was the easy part, actually. Privatizing an industry is tricky business. How do you break up a state-controlled monopoly into a healthy, diverse, and competitive private marketplace?
How?
Dunno. I'll tell you if they ever pull it off.
You become a monopoly. Like, that's what you do. Well, this is me talking from, like, the experience of living in a country that privatized all is in, like, most of the stuff the state owned it, and then took it back and then sold it again for even less that they sold it the first time, because as if people don't know, when that happens, the people in the government just sell it to friends. Like, they just sell it to, like, other people that they happen to do business with at the lowest price possible. And basically the best way to do it is just get a monopoly. Like, sell something that will be a monopoly no matter what you do. Like the electricity. There's two companies in this country that provide electricity, one for the north of the country and one for the south of the country. You need electricity to live. You're always gonna make more money. Like, yeah, they're also making the prices worse. They're also hiking everything and not investing anything in infrastructure, because why would they give a shit? It's a company that in a different country that owns a company that is supposed to provide electricity to this country. So they're a monopoly. They don't have to worry about it. The water, same. They just have a monopoly. It's not healthy, all things considered, but capitalism isn't healthy in the first place. It just isn't. The shit show they did go with was easily gamed. Sprinkle some cash in the right bureaucrats' pockets and we were able to snap an entire economy wholesale. We being the new ability.
If that's the term you prefer.
Adonai, why is he confessing? He's not confessing, Sarah. This is bragging. Mr. Ikaria, I'm not looking to take up too much of your time, but perhaps you could help me understand something. The inciting incident, as I say. In screenwriting. They say it elsewhere too, probably. I think... Speaking my ass as someone who actually took classes in screenwriting, I think some people use that in regular writing. Like, when you write fiction, I think. But yeah. A year ago, you extended an olive branch to the Blue Bloods over Nirvana. Was it genuine?
My curiosity was genuine.
But not your financing. Is that why it fell apart? Why Makoto was attacked?
It fell apart because those first gens and young bloods of theirs are hot-headed idiots who can follow orders. But I expected as much, is why I ordered my hound to be present on standby.
But he didn't assassinate anyone that day, did he?
No.
Instead, Suzuki stepped in front of a blade that was headed for Makoto. And he's been guarding the boy with his life ever since. Was that your order as well?
My order, yes. Not my idea. But I'm the patriarch, not a dictator. If my sweet siblings and darling nieces and nephews make an earnest request, who am I to refuse?
You had to be pressured into letting Suzuki guard Makoto. Weren't you concerned about Makoto's safety?
Of course I was. I just know the best place for the queen is on the attack, not hopping around the king's sides blocking checks.
Hey, chess metaphor, help me out. Any piece can sacrifice themselves, but there's only one queen and she has by far the most mobility. It is better to keep her out in the open, ideally near the center of the field, where she can attack freely, at least assuming you subscribe to... Okay, got it. But here's the question. Why have the Blue Bloods kept trying to capture Makoto for over a year now? Because of some hot-tempered idiots.
What's your answer? Why do you think they would want to capture little Makoto-tan?
His blood ransom revenge. See, that's the thing. I don't think there's a reason. It's not he's unlikely to be the Little Lord. There's no reason to make a ransom. They're not in a position to actually demand for it. Precisely because of the power the Ikaria has. And what revenge would they even get? Like, revenge over what? If they're the ones who fucked up the deal, which seems to be the case, there's no reason for revenge. The only person who got hurt was Sasuke. So...
Well...
They wouldn't want to capture Makoto. They don't. A certain mama said as much to my face, that much rather kill your soul heir than capture him.
Is what I do. If they had any heirs left.
But then, why keep attacking Makoto if not to capture or kill him? Their goals never meet Makoto. It's just that every time they go on after their goal, Makoto's been there. You mean... Put another way, the purpose of an operation is what the operation accomplishes. They've been trying to capture Sasuke for over a year. The other day they finally succeeded.
You think those idiot punks wanted to take my hound alive?
I don't think. I know, because that's literally what they did. They captured Sasuke and brought him down to the lower wards.
To torture him? Idiots, if they don't talk after the third, they'll never talk at all.
The third what? It wasn't just any Blue Bloods that tortured him. It was a pod led by a young blood named Creek.
Young, bound by blood or what, they're all the same scum.
As you said. But I've learned that there are some pretty big ideological rifts among the scum. The Youngbloods captured him, no doubt on Olgar or on Olgar orders, but just an hour ago an Olgar was asking about Sasuke's health. They didn't want him harmed.
A generous interpretation.
I'm guessing the Youngbloods knew that, but they tortured him anyway. Probably because they wanted to know why they've been repeatedly ordered to capture him.
Odd with it, why would they want my hound?
But the Blue Bloods one ultimately is simple. So simple that my android can answer this one. I can? What do the Blue Bloods need right now more than anything? A lot of money. Without which they can't invest in legalized Nirvana.
Such a shame that, but I'll be happy to pick up where they left off.
So at a time when they need money, they're throwing their young bloods at capturing Sasuke. Ergo, capturing Sasuke must open a path for them to get their hands on lots of cash.
I look away for a few days and suddenly my hands skyrocketed in value. Why do I have to thank? Who raised the price on his head to such a degree?
What about Sasuke makes him so valuable?
I mean...
Who raised the price on Sasuke's head? You did. 30 years ago, you made him irreplaceable. Shouldn't he be irreplaceable? Is irreplaceable even a word? Give me a second. That doesn't feel like a word to me. This is a problem with having English as a second language. Irreplaceable. Apparently not, because I'm just getting irreplaceable everywhere. Okay. Someone needs to fix that. No offense. Just saying, there's an error there. Someone called the editor. Anyway. 30 years ago, you made him irreplaceable when you kill everyone else who shares a drop of his blood. Sasuke's the little lord? Please. It was practically written on the wall at this point. Last descendant of the Blue Bloods ruling families and the only person on Earth who can get them back their fortunes. Hell of a shot in the dark. You gonna deny it? Sarah, when did the attack supposedly on Makoto begin? About a year ago? What else happened about a year ago? The meeting between the Blue Bloods and the Ikaria that fell into chaos? Makoto made it out without a scratch. But only because Sasuke stepped in front of a blade for him. I can assume that Sasuke is an impressive martial artist, with very well-defined pectorals and collarbones. But even he must have left blood on the floor that day. Yeah, he bled that day, but it's not as if he bled blue. You tell me the Olga could just smell the resemblance? They didn't need intuition or guesswork. The private security organization Sinus is in the business of securing crime scenes, cleaning them up, and performing paternity tests. Could have been a whim, could have been that they were hoping to match him to DNA left at other hound attacks. Who knows? But I would pay good money to have been a fly on the wall when they saw the results. His reaction to this information is not very strong. That's to be expected. I've just told him a bunch of information that he already knew. He already knew Sasuke was a little lord? That chess metaphor you used a minute ago might have sounded like solid reasoning if I actually played. Unfortunately for you, I found the game boring. So it struck me as very odd that a grandfather like you, equal parts studying and calculating, would ever place his heir's safety below concerns as vague as optimal play. You didn't object to Sasuke guarding Makoto because you wanted to keep your hound. You just couldn't convince the rest of the house it was a bad idea without revealing who Sasuke really is. If he knew Sasuke was the real target and would keep getting attacked, then having he guard Makoto would actually be putting Makoto in danger. You know, Bonsai, they look like miniature trees, but they aren't. They're shrubs. You condition it to look like a miniature tree by pruning it daily until it stops trying to grow into what it's meant to be, and instead leaves as what you want it to be. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up when you think about it. Took the Blue Bloods 30 years to figure out my scheme, and you solved it in, what, 48 hours? You deserve a toast. Now I wish that sake was in the storeroom. Instead, as a reward for your effort, I'll give you a story. 30 years ago, I saw the future. Not in statistics of stock prices or consumer confidence indices. I saw it in people's eyes. Fear and delusion. The sinking feeling that maybe everything really is made of bullshit and seafoam. And that if you ever stop to look down at it, you'll fall through the bottom. Can't warn people. They won't believe you. They'll strangle you to death for implying their boat might have a leak. Only one thing to do in times like those. Take advantage. For 1 year we pull back. No resistance, no bargaining. We let the Blue Bloods hungrily swallow what we had left behind. For 1 full year we withdrew and waited and sharpened our knives. 1 year of preparation for 1 weekend in August. But as I was on record, they left all the goddamn windows open. They went fast. We'd show up, get to work, leave the mess for whoever cared to see it, and drive up to the next address. I did 22 myself. And even had you asked me back then, I couldn't tell you the first thing about any of them. Except for the 22nd. She had firm eyes, cold eyes, none of that harsh. Cool eyes, like condensation on steel. And she was very brave. When I took aim at her, she blinked.
Not even upset, just exasperated, like I'd neglected to hold the door for her. My mood was right, felt like I hadn't spoken all day. I had to clear my throat to speak up so she could hear me over the babbling of the river she'd fled to. And the shots in the distance. Wanted to ask her why out here, why not a panic room, why she was wearing a medical gown and why her thighs were covered in blood. But instead I just asked, why aren't you afraid? She said, I can't be afraid, I'm a mom now. I've always liked that answer. So when the pistol stopped ringing in my ears and I heard the baby wailing in the bushes, I felt inspired. It's tradition in our family going back centuries that the eldest child must be guarded from birth by a nursemaid, typically from a branch family. My wife would be due soon, and the Hayakawa clan had been an unfortunate casualty of that month. There was an opening.
Expertly done. But why let him leave?
So that I could invent the Little Lord. Build your opponent a golden bridge to retreat across.
You started the rumors about a survivor?
So long as those fools still had hope that they could reclaim their former glory, they never rally themselves into chipping away at ours. And if they ever did become a real threat again, I'd have the world's most valuable hostage ready to put them back in check.
You turned your enemy's last hope into a meat shield for your family, and eventually your personal attack dog.
That was just a bonus. The heir had to come of age, and so has Suzuka. He was free to choose any career in the family business at that point. He became the hound of his own accord.
I'm sure. But that's just irrelevant at the end of the day. What? It helps me understand why the Blue Bloods have done what they've done, but it doesn't put me any closer to proving Sasuke's innocence. But Sasuke is their little lord. If we tell people, won't that change anything? Well, for starters, we won't have any of this in court.
Of course not. Can't exactly go telling the court about my exploits 30 years ago, not when we have attorney-client privilege.
But if you use your influence, if you reach out to the Blue Bloods...
What, we'll work together to get Sasuke free? I killed everyone he could ever consider family, Copper. Besides, a few old crooks waiting to die. Anyone who shares a drop of his blood is in the ground. Most of them put there by me. He has a point. Also, his voice is destroying my throat. I need all of that to sing the Blue Bloods. Now that they're finally ready to die, you think I'd throw them a lifeline just to protect one man? Just to keep one man in prison?
He's right, I'm not allowed to disclose anything I've learned here without his express permission.
It would complicate a tax suit against my family terribly if it came out that I lied about a blood relation, wouldn't it? Sasuke's in the will after all.
That's the law.
You mean to run you in circles, honestly? I wouldn't have preferred you never wasted your time and nothing any of this. That's what I get for relying on him to deliver a message, I suppose.
You're the one who wanted me to keep my investigation limited.
I thought you'd get the picture and hurry up and make a plea deal. Negotiate the charges down to manslaughter. Get this all square away so we can focus on fighting this damn audit.
Audit? Sasuke's on trial for his life.
Sasuke's sworn to protect his family with his life. I'm respecting his wishes.
If he goes to prison, the Blue Bloods will die knowing their little lord is alive. But permanently beyond their reach, rotting in a cell for killing their own men in defense of their own worst enemy. I can see why you wouldn't mind that outcome.
A hostage that you're never willing to sacrifice isn't a hostage, just a babysitting gig. I spared his life 30 years ago. This doesn't even cover his interest.
So Sasuke's always just been a tool for you, a hostage you'd protect until the perfect deuce came along.
I've always wondered. The tools appreciate that part. When they're used properly. What do you think, Copper? Does Sasuke have any complaints?
That doesn't make sense.
Huh?
Sasuke's a veteran, he served in the military. Did you grant your hostage permission to go risk his life for his country instead of you?
It's not like he was one of those Minutemen they throw at walls. He was never in any real danger.
What about as your hound? Deadly assassination and infiltration missions, he could have died during any of them. Why let your perfect hostage, your obedient tool, take on such dangerous work? Why give him your last name? Why let him live under your roof, raise him like a son? Why trust him with protecting the life of your son, your grandson? Why are you lying and pretending you don't? Pardon my android's arbor, sir. I'll have to adjust her conversation parameters later.
Not bother. Just rip his voice box out entirely if he's going to speak over a man under his own roof. Goddamn copper. Next to furniture, I'll be telling me what I feel about my own damn family. Raise him like a son. What bullshit. I have no son. Counselor, do your damn job and tell Sasuke to do his. Now.
I'm sorry, that was a very butler-like behavior just now. It's fine. It was a good play in that moment. But, do you think he meant that? I don't know. Do you think he meant it when he said he has no son? Makoto is Daisuke's grandson. If he has no sons, then the previous heir that Sasuke grew up guarding must have been... Makoto's mother? Oh, hi, Mirai. Is it safe to assume everyone in your family has severe trust issues? I have no issues with trust myself. But as you've seen, the house has very particular preferences when it comes to information siloing. Fancy words, you could have just told me who you were. I told you my name and my position in the house. Is it relevant that I'm married, that I'm a mother? Should I be flattered?
Well, yeah, because I thought you were younger.
You told me you work for Aurea Holdings. You didn't mention you're at least the second most powerful member of the house. If I had to tell people that, it wouldn't really be true now, would it? You could have told me your relation to Sasuke. He guarded you every day of your life until you were 19. 19. He's your goddamn brother. So that message you wanted me to pass along. If you see a way out, take it. You wanted him to try and make a deal with the Blue Bloods to get out from under the house. If Sasuke merely gave them what they wanted, I'm sure there would be dozens of Blue Bloods ready to confess to the crimes he's accused of.
Actually, what time is it? Oh, boy! I need to get my coffee. It's been a while. I should have gotten it earlier, even. Anyway, I'll get my coffee and I'll be right back. I'm gonna continue with this.
Okay, so that's not gonna happen. Nobody told me that we're people outside, and I'm not in a position where I can't go out of the room. So I guess there's not gonna be any coffee for me. That's great. That's wonderful. Delightful to know. I drink coffee so I don't get hungry in the middle of the stream. I lie to my stomach with it, so if you hear any annoying sounds that might come from my stomach, it's because I'm hungry. Just saying. So I guess we're gonna have to continue with other coffee. God dang it. So you know. You knew. And if you thought he could parse that message, that means Sasuke... He's not an unintelligent man. Merely stubborn about all the most frustrating things. Wait, so... I'm sorry, he knows? Like... he knows? What do the Blue Bloods want from Sasuke precisely? blood donation? One sample will not suffice. They need to be able to validate their accounts whenever called for. Daily blood donations then. I tell you the Olgar want to become nobility. How did they cement alliances among the aristocracy of all? They want Sasuke to marry? But the Olgar are old. Sasuke's already got as much blue in his vein as they could ask for. They don't need him to marry into them, they need him to marry into power. Not the worst thing to have asked of you. Have you ever been in an arranged marriage? Don't call it a gift. Okay, you hate your husband, I see. You were the heir apparent up until Makoto was born. All that time, Sasuke was your bodyguard. And driver. And poison taster, though that would most often entail me giving him concoctions to try. But his assignment actually ended when I married. Subtracting Makoto's age, that had to have been over a decade ago. So he joined the military the moment he didn't have to shadow you anymore. And after he got back, he asked to become the Hound. I must really hate guard duty. He must. Back up a moment. Your father didn't want me uncovering Sasuke's parentage. Most likely because he didn't want Sasuke to know the strength of his own bargaining position. But you told me to pass Sasuke a message that he'd only understand if he already knew who his parents were. So how long has he known? And how long have you known he's known? And when did Daisuke cease knowing who knows what? Sarah, please. Around the time Sasuke left for the military. Hell of a thing to find out at your entrance physical. It was before he left for the military, actually. Did that influence his decision? Sasuke finds out he could be the richest man in the city and then he wants to risk dying in battle. Quite the guilty class consciousness. I don't know exactly what did or didn't influence his decision to join the military back then. You'd have to ask him. I apologize for any gaps in knowledge you've had to work around. But hopefully you now understand how delicate of a situation you find yourself in. Yeah, I can smell the explosives and hear the fuses sizzling. I just don't get why no one's gone over to stomp them out. If Suzuka's known this whole time why the Blue Bloods wanted to capture him, why didn't he tell us? Because he's a stubborn man working for a highly secretive family. That I get. What I don't get is why he didn't defect the moment he learned the truth. Who knows? You'll have to work out the rest with him. I've given you all the aid my position allows. I suppose it was kind of you to share information with us at all. Being in charge of the legitimate side of your family, you don't have any connection with this incident yourself. I mean, it's green, which tells me that I found up, like, I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but... No connection with this incident. That's not quite accurate. Pardon? You do have a connection to this case, even if you yourself don't realize it. I found a note by the body of the Blue Blood who took Sasuke captive. It read Emi Kariya. That was one of the men who attacked my son. I'd imagine a note with his name is the least of what you'd found. They've never been after your son, not once. It's always been about capturing Sasuke, and Makoto's just been in the crossfire. Which Sasuke knows, which explains his reluctance to accept the responsibility of guarding Makoto. So I seriously doubt this that man was interested in Makoto Ikariya. So, what are you doing here? Mirai Ikariya, however, has no relation to the world that dead man lived in. That was decided the day she was born. But you do have a relation to Renegen. Makoto mentioned your family was giving one seat on the board as a show of respect. I take it that's a deception too. You may have let Renegen go public, but you've never given up control of it. The rest of the board must be your family's puppets. But that doesn't matter. What matters is what Renegen makes and the prices it charges. Renegen is best known for the patenting of methamphetamine. A patent which expired years ago. Plenty of other companies making it now. And yet the price hasn't gone down. The invisible hand sets price where it will. The market regulates themselves. Sure, but this is your invisible hand. A normal corporation couldn't strong-arm its competitors into keeping prices high. That'd be operating as a cartel. But the reincarnation of the Icaria drug cartel would know exactly how to go about that without getting caught. If that were true, it'd be much easier than you make it out to be. The right email signature, the right package delivered to the right address, the right look. These executive types scare easy when the perceived threat is anything bordering on the physical. Of course, it helps that the end result is we all profit immensely. But yes, methamphetamine is very lucrative. What of it? The dead man Krieg had a brother with expensive tuition. Anti-AD. Type 2 abnormal diabetes. He'll need methamphetamine for the rest of his life. Then he really ought to choose the proper insurance plan, don't you think? I don't get the impression that family member coverage is a benefit the blue bloods offer. I suppose even the mob axe has its limits. Yes, one could find the name of Emi Caria in relation to the Renogen board if they looked hard enough. So you think this Krieg individual was going to threaten me? Come up to me on the street with a knife and gun? He wouldn't get within 100 meters. I don't doubt that. Now the rest of this is speculation, but he might have just wanted to contact you. That would have been even less likely to succeed. So you truly don't care that his brother needs his medicine? Suzuki is like a brother to you, and you've gone out of your way to try to help him even when you stand to gain nothing from it. Yes, but I wouldn't expect my enemies to be impressed by the effort. How would you feel if they laughed at your effort? My apologies, new android still adapted to conversation. You know what we saw back before Renogen? Before the facade of nobility, back when we were the Icaria cartel? Opioids? Yes, it was still illegal back then. But not for everyone. Take the exact same compounds, put them in an extended release pill and sell it at the pharmacy. And that's just pain management. It's all the same poison, equally addictive whether you get it from a dealer or a doctor. Have you ever seen someone go through opioid withdrawal? Yes, it's horrifying. Most withdrawal is horrifying, but opioid is particularly bad. Like taking a wine opener to your stomach for 7 days straight, they testified. Pain like that eats people alive slowly and replaces them with something unrecognizable. A loving parent will steal from their own child if they thought it could buy them release from that kind of pain. Painkillers, what a joke. Does Renogen produce painkillers? No, we do not. People die if they don't get the medicine they need, and I'm sure their family mourns them. But addicts die a little more every day of their life, until the day they finally fade out forever. And their family feels disgusted with themselves for bringing a sigh of relief. Plenty of kinds of evil in this world, little girl. Plenty to choose from. For real people like us, if you don't choose, the choice is made for you. Now wipe that look off your face and access the following address. Renogen, point main, point financing, point prescription financing options, point out of pocket, point apply. You have that memorized? But this portal is not listed or linked to anywhere on the side. I know, but it still works fine. By law, we have to have it, but we can't be blamed if the website is poorly designed. If you know any despondent crybaby college students looking for coupons to help pay for medication, they might want to start there. Thank you. That's... Okay, you're still kind of a bitch, but honestly, that's very human of you, and I respect it. A little bit. More human than actual owners of medicine providers. Don't thank me. Don't. I can't stand it. Just save Sasuke's life. Do you know how you pull that off? Adonai? They do consistently refer to themselves as a house. Perhaps they simply value family more than you think. Maybe she should care that much. 7:14 p.m., August 15, 2086. This is awkward. So, where should we begin? What do you mean? I'm afraid I don't have anything new to tell you. Stubborn about all the most frustrating things, was it? I'm your lawyer, Sasuke. We're sworn to always do what's best for our clients, their rights, and their privacy. To an extent that many consider extreme, we are unable to disclose incriminating or otherwise problematic information that our clients give to us. No matter the circumstances. This whole system is designed to benefit the defendant. So it really upsets me when I find out that my clients are lying to me about vital information that could help me save their lives. If you're troubled by the nature of my work as a hound, you're adopted. Yes, from the Hayakawa. That's bullshit, you know it, I know it. And people whose opinions you respect know it. Fine. All members of the military have extensive DNA samples on record. If I subpoena... Right, stop! Just stop. Does the military keep all its members' DNA on record? I don't know, probably, right? Depends on the military. I don't know how many militaries actually do DNA testing. Pretty sure not many, if any. But they do keep your files, generally. Yes, I know what you're referring to. Even before knew, I did wonder. If you've known about your real family for more than a decade, why haven't you ever... Because it doesn't matter. Try telling that to the Blue Bloods. They've been risking a gang war for over a year trying to get to you. That's their choice. It has nothing to do with me. How can you... I'm appalled, Sasuke. How could a brave soldier serve in the House of Ikaria allow violence to continue when he knows he could stop it? Even they didn't believe that one, Morgan, come on. A worthy attempt, Counselor? Sorry. Guess I'm not used to having to persuade people to act in their own best interest. Of that other family. Family? They career raised me, fed me, taught me how to read, write, walk. They gave me a home, a purpose. They're using you. They need me. They've got a funny way of showing it. I owe everything to them and nothing to the dead. They're only dead because the man you call a father murdered them. He did that a long time ago to people I've never met. You'll have to forgive me if I'm short on empathy for complete strangers. Aunts, uncles, cousins, parents, siblings. You can't call them complete strangers, Sasuke. And the career of my family, nothing would change that. Nothing ever could. Who says that? Pardon? The state thinks you murder a cop. They'll make sure no one ever thinks of following your example. Let me repeat that. The full brunt of the police state is about to fall directly on the back of your neck. Hammer. Nail. I'm not afraid of prison. You ever been in one? What? No, They shave you. What? When you're convicted, they shave you for hygiene. It's not for hygiene. Are you talking about that virtual work release thing? Do they feed you for skull caps? Not right away. They don't do that to people. But a man in chains, strip him naked and sew his mouth shut, he'll still recognize himself in the mirror. He's still a person. But shave his head, give him a uniform, and make him sit in the dark with 500 others who've been treated the same. He starts to forget. Forget that he's a person. After years of war, you're seeing constellations in concrete, and after you're scratching your skin raw just to feel something new. That's when they ask if you'd like a job. After people stop being people.
How could you even know any of that?
I'm a defense attorney, Sasuke. Who else gets to see the inside of a prison and walk away afterwards? Makoto sent me himself, so you never actually took your one phone call, did you?
I...
Take my phone and call Hana Kim. The Blue Bloods will volunteer a fall guy to confess to these crimes, and you'll walk free. After which you'll become one of the richest men in the city overnight.
That's not...
If you are at all curious, I have done some calculations to estimate the extent of your familial holdings. The number is quite remarkable. Though I suppose I haven't taken taxes into account. No one's asking you to abandon the Ikaria. You could become their greatest ally. Together your families would.
I know exactly what would happen if I made that deal. I won't do it.
Why the hell not? Why not, Sasuke?
You're forgetting a few small details involving this process. Namely, disowning the people who raised me my entire life. And claiming myself before the world as the son of people I've been fighting since I was a teenager. How shameless do you think I am? Daisuke, that man raised me like his own son, and in return I can't throw away the name he gave me just for goddamn money.
Treat your men as you would your own beloved sons, and they will follow you in the deepest valley. Is that it? You would rather rot in prison as an Ikaria than
live in luxury as a blue blood? Gladly. Well, this is gonna be a problem. This is my answer, Morgan. If you try and use my parentage in the trial tomorrow, I'll dismiss you as my counsel. And change my plea to guilty.
If that's your answer, then that's your answer. You're the client, what you says goes.
Right?
So if you somehow last another night without the cops smothering you in your sleep, we'll need some kind of strategy when we go into the court tomorrow.
Of course we will. And what are your thoughts on the matter?
I might have found a window of opportunity. A chance that someone other than you had the means, motive, and opportunity to commit these crimes. Have you remembered anything else about your captivity?
Maybe if we go over it again, I extrapolate somewhat or a lot.
We'll need to be prepared. You're going to be called to the stand tomorrow.
All I need to do is keep silent, right?
You better not. I'll be the one asking the questions. You're going to call him to testify?
What do you expect me to say up there?
I want you to tell the truth, of course. I want you to tell the court exactly how you were set free. Alright, you good taking another night shift? He's infuriating, but I'd rather he didn't get shanked at the moment. Of course, Adonai. Oh. God damn it, sorry, that was... my delightful setup, my delightful headset just,
disconnecting for some reason, Jesus Christ.
It was doing so well, I don't even know how that happened. I didn't even move the cord. Truly magical, this setup. I really need to buy new. Detective London will be back shortly, and I'll make sure Sasuke's monitor all night. What is it? You gonna ask me to explain his decision? Cause I'm done trying at this point. I don't think his decision is that confusing. He wants to be loyal to the people who's shown loyalty to him. Shown loyalty? You need a microscope to see it. You spot any members of the noble house of Ikaria around here? Are they hiding under a box somewhere? The people who've shown loyalty to him historically. His decision doesn't confuse me, but his choice of words. He considers the Ikaria his true family, yet he again spoke of a debt to them. That seemed odd to me. What do you think? I don't know. Do they really shame everyone in prison, or was that another bluff? Not everyone, no. Only everyone who can't pay the fees. Wait. A debt. I'm having a thought, but I don't know if the thought is the correct thought to be having. I don't know if I'm reading the situation correctly. 8:44 p.m., August 15, 2086. Morgan's apartment. A good puzzle feels satisfying to complete. Like a good story, it maintains its appeal even when viewed in hindsight. A bad puzzle doesn't make sense after you finish it. The picture's there, but it's muddled, vague. And you feel like an idiot for bothering to piece it together. Depends. Sometimes, I don't know what you would call a bad puzzle. Like, is it one with a bad ending? Is that like with an ending that is not satisfactory? Or is this how that would be it? Suzuki Kari is that kind of puzzle. I beat every edge to every edge just so, but the result wasn't satisfying. An infuriating client to cap off an infuriating case. Having to keep track of what the cops know, what the Blue Bloods know, what the Ikari are hiding, what Emma's thinking. What I've learned, what I know to be true, what I can prove, and what I can actually say. And even after all that, getting kneecapped when my client refuses to play his best cards. I wanna clear my head. Or maybe empty it. Watch. Bake. Look. Let's bake! I'm not hungry. Baking is satisfying. Applied chemistry, which is just applied math. But the cleanup isn't fun. And when I don't have a neighbor I'm trying to bother up or a client to visit, everything just sits in my freezer until I end up throwing it out. Sarah seems to shovel it down without complaint, but she's not here now. Well, when I was still slaving away in that witch's office, I never wanted for hungry mouths. Co-workers will eat anything you leave out in a break room. If I ever get truly desperate to hide evidence, I'll just bake it into a pie and find an office birthday party to crash. It'll be gone without a trace in minutes. Not in the mood for people watching. Sometimes if I let my eyes unfocus, the mass of foot traffic on the streets below melts into one dark amoeba, curling slightly at its edges as it squirms along the petri dish of the world around me. Its edges lost beyond the horizon, which can't be said in its own way. I'm guessing that's what people see in ant farms, but I wouldn't know. Who the hell would want more insects crawling around their house? I don't know. I have a roommate, myself. And by roommate, I mean a little lizard. Like a little gecko. They're kind of common here. They've been more common, like, they're technically more common in more humid, less subtropical and more tropical areas, but with climate change and everything, they've been moving from, like, hotter areas down. So now there's a lot of those here, and they're pretty nice. They eat cockroaches. They're cool. And there's one that has decided to install itself in my bedroom for some reason, and like half the time I enter, and the little thing is just crawling on the wall. And I'm just like, dude, I don't mind that you're here. You're gonna eat whatever insects are annoying us, but just, you know, tell me that you're here. I don't want to step on you accidentally. It's usually on the wall, so I don't step on. I don't think I'm gonna step on it, but. But yeah, I was finally able to take a photo of it yesterday, which was pretty nice. Don't feel like finding something to stream. Sarah's messed up all my recommendations anyway. My homepage used to be great, tuned to a T. I'd get closed circuit footage of industrial machine accidents and gun disassemblies with no commentary in title. Oh god, really? That's what you watch? Now it's all strict workout videos and film director tier lists. If the end result is my internet history looks a little more random to an outsider, I guess I can forgive it. If she ever gets me added to a mailing list for diet supplements, I'm fully revoking her net access. This is pointless. Might as well close my eyes and wait. Even staring daggers into the back of my own eyelids would do more good than this. Whatever this is. You're gonna have another nightmare, great. Hey, cool kid. If you go to jail for starting this pyramid scheme of an extracurricular activity, does that help or hurt your chances of becoming a lawyer? Yeah, I'm trying to recoup members because if you don't hit critical mass, it all falls apart. It's exactly like a pyramid scheme. Well, I don't know that I can give you advice since I'm only a member on paper, but if you want to start a club for solving mysteries, maybe you should, solve one first? I don't know, ask questions, talk to people, I guess, record what they say. Take notes and think hard. You never know, you can be pretty persuasive or at least entertaining. I mean, I'm still sitting here for some reason, right? Guess I fell asleep after all. It's still dark out though. What time is it? 5 in the morning? It says 9:40 on my phone. I slept for 30 minutes, that's it? What the hell's going on with me today? Am I really about to give up and start scrolling on my phone? I should check my temperature, there might be something wrong with me. I feel like going to find a thermometer. How about a bet? 300 says the first article that pops up is an advertisement. It's always good news every night. Beloved school janitor given down soft salute by students after having to postpone retirement for third time. Double or nothing. Federal investigators recovered Dennings girl. Well, congrats on no longer being kidnapped. But you just cost me 600, you little shit. The nation rejoices tonight as the daughter of renowned philanthropist Joseph Dennings has been confirmed home safe and sound thanks to the effort of federal investigators spearheaded by a playbook that applies all techniques to tackle new challenges. Dennings originally rose to prominence as the CEO of Constancy Inc., which was at the time a marketing firm specialized in virtual advertisement. But Dennings' vision for bringing advertising to the front lines with heads-up displayed services cracked open the previously uncharted market of active duty armed force members, serving them relevant, relatable, automatically generated content that informed them about the products they wanted waiting for them on their doorstep when they got home. This is hell. After making Constancy one of the leading advertising agencies in the world, Dennings thought that he'd finally get to spend time with his family when he graciously stepped down as CEO to focus on his philanthropy while also serving as COO in an advisory role. But tragedy struck earlier this week when his daughter was kidnapped on her way home from school in an attack investigators describe as meticulously planned and flawlessly executed. When the vicious attackers contacted the Dennings family and demanded an exorbitant ransom of an undisclosed amount, a lesser man would have panicked or worse given in to their demands. Fortunately for his daughter, Dennings is not a lesser man. Those first 24 hours are essential. We need every minute we can get. It's really quite remarkable that Mr. Dennings was clear-headed enough to contact us right away, said one investigator close to the operation. Investigators sprang into action, of course, but here our story takes a curious turn. Instead of searching the map for the young Dennings girl, they mapped out the psychology of the kidnappers themselves. We wouldn't really describe this as a terrorist act, but the sick, twisted terrorists who commit this atrocity did us the courtesy of communicating openly and often. From the way they spoke, the words they chose, we started to narrow down their possible backgrounds, and then we revisited the crime scene. Investigators credit their breakthrough to footage of the kidnapping that indicated the terrorists had military-level training and discipline, carrying out the attack in a so-called quartet formation considered a signature of the military elite's hostage retrieval squad. Anyone can read handbooks and try to copy what they've seen in military sims, but this brutal act of class-motivated violence was carried out without so much as a shot fired, miraculously. Skills like that, unfortunately for the suspect, are as unique as fingerprints. We had warrants to search all 4 suspect properties within the hour. While some less dignified members of the press questioned the nature of this horrific crime, asking pointed questions about a possible relationship between Mr. Denning's past work and the suspect's military backgrounds, Chief Director of Investigations Valentine avoided them mudslinging with a succinct reply of no comment. Mr. Denning's business associations have no bearing on the value of his daughter's life, which I am glad to say is no longer in any danger. For that, we have to thank the efforts of the brave young investigators to my left here, Special Investigator Ayase, Technical Analyst Solkov, Special Agent Greenfield, and Special Agent Beckham. Together, they are you as infuriated as we are by anti-authority outside actor and anarchists inciting anxiety on our city streets anonymously? Join us in our push to make all internet searches tie directly to citizens' Acton ID. Sign up below and we'll direct you on how to help. We live in hell. How's that for long odds? What are the chances I see that name? Perfect timing, actually. Maybe chewing at Mirai for keeping me in the dark is just the nightcap I need. That woman was like a black cat. God damn it, I was trying to read. I didn't finish. That woman was like a black cat, charming, but when they darken your door a second time, you start to wonder if you aren't hexed. Hang on, that knock doesn't sound like Mirai. That voice sounds almost sounds like an opera, shit. Better check the door, com. Detective, is that you? Open up. Pardon? Is that open up? Hang on, are you? Don't pretend you can't hear me, you little creep, you little creep. Detective Reyes, are you drunk? Yes. No. It's a crime for you to ask me that. Oh. I can just wave my watch hello to the door cam. And my door just unlocks like that. That cannot be legal. Ah, it's not legal. What? Wait, I'm I said. Yeah, but this mother is the city sun is legal for me to unlock your door like that. Guess Han had a point. Needing to make spare keys is a fair trade-off to avoid this bullshit. As if you just invited me in. I did not. Here I am, above the book. What's happening right now? You see all the way out there. Your kid to that place is huge. But you even knew this much space. I went from the rafters like a bad echo. Detective, this is absurd. Does anyone even know you're here? Let me check. Detective Reyes, watch number 10806, reporting on our channel. Self-assigned protecting surveillance of suspected criminal target threat assets as mere to low target capabilities. Not a threat to self-awareness. Reporting in from, what's your address? Do not dox me to every cop in the city, Reyes. Reporting from address we have. Any copies? Over. Copy. Come so you entering the building. Babe, reading your bio monitor. We got you 10806. Have a quiet night. Are you finished? Hey, what is Novo? What? She waves her hands in a rough approximation of something cloud-shaped. Novo. Matchable. Sarah's doing her job. Like his apartment has slept in a coffin in the parking garage. You're going off of David's setup. She might be more comfortable if I did. Is this booze? Woman, you're already drunk. Why are you trying to drink my own booze? That's water. Yeah, man. Can I do something for you this evening, detective? Or did you come here just to critique my interior decorating and knock shit over? I came here because I'm wrong, and I'm wrong because you're in danger. No, the other way around. I drank because I was pissed and class and everyone else told me to go home. Even though he shot a guy only a few hours ago, I'm the one who's too emotional and too useless. So I came here to catch a bad guy. Cause you are the family cop killer. Uh-huh. Who's also a narco killer, a well cop killer. Killer well cop. Every guy really say wants to shoot him. I also you cause you're his stinking lawyer. Thanks. And I'm a cop. Cops are supposed to protect people. Even stinky lawyers. Thanks. So I found myself right here and catch the new assassin they sent after you. Then lock him up and throw away the key. And if I accidentally save your life too, that's okay. Even if you don't deserve it. You could just stop talking. I gotta stop talking easy. Yeah, I really don't have anything to drink. I'm not sure I want to drink with you, detective. What invited you? I would kick her out of my house at that point. You're the... Oh goddammit, I thought it was Morgan. Yeah, do whatever, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do, and where the hell is this crew top? If I have to host a drunk Detective Reyes for the rest of the night, as I evidently do, I suppose I need to force myself to go through the ordeal sober. I'll get a bottle opener, detective. Oh shit! I said I get it! God damn it, woman. Well, this is awkward. Wait, this is the best part of the beat, where he breaks down the horsepower. For years, they have away with this gentleman's agreement where the engines will have swap power capped at 270 or so, to avoid like our rest of engineering in a country with such a huge street racing scene. Right. And the crazy part is it was only ever on paper. They were building and selling cars with 300 plus horsepower, and they all just listed the horsepower 270 domestically. Yeah. And God, everybody knew it. I mean, they were selling the same car with the same engine, with the same torque rating in 2 different countries, and they were saying, oh, I don't know, I think it's only 276. That's crazy. Honestly, I would be about as uninterested in this conversation as Morgan is. I was running the one generation. Without even knowing what gasoline smells like. It doesn't smell good. Gasoline is odorless. Well, yeah, gasoline itself is odorless, but like the exhaust is... it has a smell. What? It's odorless. They added a strong smell during refinement so that leaks could be not noticeable. That's natural gas, you dummy. Scared me for a second, jeez. Wait, really? I mean, natural gas, yeah. You know, I never smell gasoline. I need to check. I know what exhaust smells like. I had to smell gasoline in my life. If you're gonna try and run something for me, I never haven't had a chance to experience this. You better get it right. There's no difference between gas and gasoline. So, you new shopping? I need shopping. God, we did it, okay, Happy? I wouldn't have guessed that. For how long? Once. Which is not a lot, duh, I know. I was such a CDA for his uniform, like I was supposed to salute. And God, he was he cheap. He said, why do you tip the Bantan? And he got confused. He just handed me 2 cans, what would I tip? Because you tip the golden Bantan, the man, that's why. I always tell when someone grew up with money, maybe they just can't hide it.
Maybe none of him ever learned the decency to try. Oxford's not so bad. I mean, sorry, Steve, but the airhead part kind of upsets it.
Yeah, that's. What do you mean? Emma comes from money.
That's even you can't tell a joke. What's it I've ever been on? Waitress looked like she was gonna stab him. You think he was allergic to sour without a nitpicking here? I held the loss to tip 10%.
That is bad.
Oh, how do you know? You probably haven't been on a date since the 60s.
How old do you think I am? I was talking about the tip.
What tip? Ah, a tip. Yeah, well, yes, but still, do you even have a 18 profile? Or do you just hang around funeral homes and castles and shit looking for the creatures of the night?
I don't have a dating profile. You met shopping through an app.
Yeah, dating app for cops.
There's a dating app for cops?
Yeah, just for cops. Just for all.
Why is it called Just for All if it's just for cops?
It's a
Oh, it's a pun. Well, not really a pun. Wordplay.
I don't ask for justice for all. One of the best Ace Attorney games. I'm not even joking. Like, yeah, I know the case with the clown circus, but still. The coke cop phrase. We say it all the time when we catch people. It's enough for everyone. Probably even lawyers with some knowledges.
I don't think there's an app for me.
Oh, let me project an hologram of the worst modest violin out of my eye socket. I'll suck it anyway. This one unmatched. She was terrible. Her teeth. She was trying to smile some shit. She was all teeth. I think it was her first kiss. You remember your first?
I don't know why everyone's always so concerned with firsts.
What does that mean?
Don't worry about it.
I have never once given a second thought to anything you say, so get that straight. Want to just laugh at the guy's dumb face at the end of the date? But then I didn't even recognize him. When Lauren and I came in, he was face down. Oh, floor, blood, just blood and paper. Couldn't turn him over, had to present the scene. Just had to leave him there.
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm not sorry, I'm angry.
You seem to get angry a lot.
You mean the anger management, judgment? You know what that's about?
Managing anger?
Keeping calm, and then your emotions control you. Yeah, that's what it means to manage anger. Like, you're inevitably gonna get angry, but... angry at all of that.
No. If you say so.
I do say so. With what I'm feeling most of the time, I'm god insane with how kindly I stay. I'm used to small. You're holding the boy on every water tower. Feel so fast that I'll ever drain. If I was me, I'd trample this whole city out long before my anger's gone. You never seem like people from the hall. Just people shave things face down in blood.
Sasuke and Chopin, they were both face down.
Well, yeah.
Because Rogers was cuffing Sasuke on the ground.
Rogers, what close? I couldn't cuff a cow.
A cow?
I don't know, something that cuff easily.
A dress shed.
Oh, I don't want to run a plus or clap for the world greatest,
Wordsmith.
Just shut up.
Persuading her to remove her shoes and socks before tossing her up the stairs was the very upper limit of my patience. Making it off the floor and onto the bed is up to her. I don't care. I can sleep on my couch. I could sleep in my chair if I had to. I can fall asleep in any position, actually. It's not actually worth bragging about, especially to myself. So now a homicide detective knows where I live. Guess the address is on the business card, downside of a home office. At least it's fun to imagine how sick she'll be tomorrow. Can't remember a time I got that drunk, thankfully. Can't remember a time I got that mad. And the last time I cried. Screw this introspection's a scam. No, Morgan, that's what people in power say. That's what rich idiots say on the internet and in interviews. Because they're stupid. I'm not nearly so flush that I can afford to waste time on it. Well, admittedly, she comes from a different place when she says that. Oh my god, stop smiling like that. Yes, you found a teacher's missing key. No, you're not Sherlock Holmes. Or whoever his lawyer was. I'm sure you're gonna be the most popular kid in school overnight now. Well, I wasn't being that sarcastic. You better hope it's somewhat true. Deadline for your little club sing-up period is next week, isn't it? Actually, you need to find our 4 members. I'm gonna be out that day, family thing. What a face! You show everyone puppy dog eyes are pathetic. Look, if you're gonna be a lawyer, you'll need to get better at reading fine print. See, you need 5 members to found a club, but if you have at least 2 students present at the qualification time, you can get an extension. I mean, even you can get 1 person to join, right? Just use that winning personality of yours. It's a family thing, I can't say no. Nothing, I didn't say anything. I wish to kill all of Morgan's classmates. Just a little bit. 11:31 AM, August 16, 2086. State Building. Floor 48. They must have waved me down over 5 times. I've been in private banks with less active security than this. Were they private banks that had recently had a shooting? No. The comparison seems flawed. Armed guards in the halls, drones outside the windows, androids standing firm in the streets, triple spectrum scans at every entrance. They really rolled out the red carpet for you this time. If they were this concerned, why didn't they just move the trial outside of the city? The district attorney said as much, but the city council overrode them. The district attorney? You mean Miss Rockford? Miss Rockford's boss. Word of the attack yesterday is already trickling out. They can't afford to delay or it'll look like they've been successfully intimidated. There's such a thing as overcompensating. Not on the stage of security theater. Were you able to look over the DNA analysis that Cyan has completed, Adonai? The report on the bindings, yeah. Gave me a lot to think about on the ride over. And... Sorry, I'm just scratching my nose, it's just so itchy. You're looking much better. He's still looking like tired as shit, for the record. Like, yeah, he's not visibly bleeding and he doesn't have any kind of... But he looks like he hasn't slept in a couple of days. I don't feel better. They gave me some sort of injection last night. I woke up in a much more pain, but they still insisted on taking off all my bandages. Some sort of injection? Tasuke consented to intravenous injection of a recovery accelerant at 9:33 PM last night. You consented without knowing what it was? I nodded. Thought it would help me sleep. That interrogation room floor isn't exactly ideal for rest. You know, he has a point. Spoil brat. This is the same guy who was confidently telling me he was fine with going to jail. What about you, Adonai? Were you able to get any rest? Define rest. I slept like a rock. Eventually. Didn't even wake up when a certain unwelcome guest stumbled out the door in the early morning, thank God. But it was an accelerant, huh? I thought there was something familiar about this discomfort. They gave it to us back in the military, on occasion. You heal up fast, but it still takes the same toll overall. It explains why I feel like all my bruises are fresh. Why they wait until now to start giving Sasuke medical attention, though? Emma must have realized it was getting a bit silly. trying to accuse you of murdering 5 people when you look like you had been thrown through a windshield. Don't worry, Sasuke. You're still handsome even without the rugged edge that your injuries provided.
Hearing that doesn't make me happy, you know? You're blushing.
Then why are you blushing? It's not like you're spotless, you still have a mark under your left eye.
Huh? No, I've had that since birth.
Oh.
I was told once that it's charming.
I mean, it is.
Why you bring it out? Is it not charming?
I have one. It's much smaller, like you actually have to get a little close to look at it. But I do in fact have one of those. Very small. It's not a mole. It's closer to like a really, really dark freckle, I guess. But it is there. It is in the proper location. So needy. Thank you for clarifying that for the court, detective. It was the same story he told me yesterday down in the lower wards. He and Radius were the second on scene, so they focused on clearing the lower floors before meeting with Rojas. Good to have it on record so I can look it over. As for the next item on the docket, calling the defendant to testify. Seems like it's gonna be a nothing burger. Not entirely, Your Honor. My client waives his right to decline. Does he now? Yes, that's what I just said.
Sasuke Kariya, I'm a head of personnel security at the Kariya Financial Group.
And the IFG, that's a family-run small business mom-and-pop operation, I take it.
Family-run.
Well, Mr. Ikaria, I feel like the court already has a strong understanding of the circumstances you found yourself in. How you were captured and tortured by these 4 known criminal associates, all of whom are now dead. How you were found standing over the body of Officer Chopin, which I still think might have committed a crime anyway. Like, something about him doesn't feel right. Like, he feels like either he got killed because he was too clean, or he had something going on and then he got killed. And I'm more likely to accept the second than the first. I suppose all anyone can ask is, what do you have to say for yourself?
I can only tell you what I remember, even if that's mostly pain.
What about after the pain? How did it end?
I woke up to the feeling of my blood drying on my skin.
Familiar sensation for a head of personnel security, I assume? Objection.
I can answer. It was a novel experience. I pulled off my blindfold and felt like I'd stepped into the desert. White flaring in my eyes, heart thumping in my temple. But I realized there's a gun in my waistband. The indicator showed it was spent, so I didn't know what to make of it.
Does this gun look familiar to you, Mr. Ikaria?
Yes, that's the same gun.
Let the record show that the witness has admitted to wielding the same mag as used to kill 2 of the victims. Is this okay?
It's not good for our case, but technically it's legal. I stumbled forward towards the door, and past it the courtroom seemed red.
And after that you don't remember? Anything else you'd like to say to the court, Mr. Ikaria, before we finish?
There is one more thing I recall. I remember holding my sword.
So he had made set. You remember holding your sword? Well, if that ain't good. That's very interesting of you to say, Mr. Ikaria.
It was on the ground, and it's important to me, so I bent over and picked it up.
Do you recall the next thing you did with that sword, Mr. Ikaria?
No, the next thing I know, I'm being transported and read my rights.
I see. Your Honor, do you feel we need to continue?
I mean, I'm gonna ask to continue because it's my job.
The questioning. The trial. Ouch! Ready to begin cross-examination at any time, Your Honor. If you insist. Round 1, fight! Surely we're past round 1 by now.
Uh-huh.
I know it's the bindings. I know it's the bindings. Sasuke haven't tied his way out of his bindings, not when they were clearly cut by something sharp. Objecting to a statement from your own client now? What do you mean, Morgan? These pieces of clothes were recovered from the room where you were held, Sasuke, and they're very clearly being cut. You didn't struggle your way out, you cut your way out. Yes, now that you're mentioning, that's right. But if I cut myself out first... Your Honor, the people ask that the defense do their testimony coaching before the trial begins from now on. As it stands, it has been a colossal waste of time. Yeah, I mean, this detail probably isn't important, right? It's very important, Your Honor. If he used a blade to cut himself free from his bindings, that means Sasuke couldn't have gotten free until someone handed him a blade. Meaning that the people's theory of a daring escape mid-interrogation is doing just fine, thank you for asking. None of us in court here today seriously believe this man or his memory can be taken as the truth. Then forget him and just look at the bindings. There are physical evidence and they had to have been cut. By something sharp, what do we know that fits the description? You think it was Yoru? His captors kept him bound in that room most of the night, then cut him from his bindings with a sword to bring him into the main room for questioning, where he turned the tables on them before slaughtering them all. Badass! Well, Counselor, are we done here? Could the katana have been used to cut those bindings? Looking at the actual bindings themselves, no. Of course it wasn't the sword that cut those bindings. What do you mean? The problem lies with DNA. Your Honor, if we could please draw the court's attention to the forensic analysis of the bindings, you'll notice. Your client's blood, obviously. Yes, obviously. But upon closer inspection, you also see that blood from Miller was found as well. The Pancha guy, who was stabbed in the throat, as the court may recall. Your client's source is no doubt still fresh in the jury's memory. Well, how can that be, Your Honor? What do you mean? Is it not sharpener? What a piece of... How can Miller's blood have ended up on the bindings that kept my client from leaving the room in which he was held? Unless Miller was killed before my client was cut free. Idiot. Idiot. The most basic reasoning. That's kind of a big deal. Isn't it? I thought so, at least. Oh, wait. He's lying. That's not possible. You thought wrong, Counselor. It's true that the katana has blood from Miller's stabbing on it. And I'll admit that it's surprising to see blood on your client's bindings. Miller's autopsy shows that he had no wounds besides the fatal puncture in his neck. So the bindings on my clients had to have been intact at the time Miller died. But those bindings didn't need to be cut before your client could kill him. But... if your client's wrists were left bound for questioning, he could have stolen the gun, killed Tanks and Creek, then picked up his sword as he just stated in his testimony and set to work. You think my client was drugged and beaten before killing 4 men with his wrists bound? Hardly impossible for a man with these talents. And there's no other explanation for why he would have cut his bindings with a sword that, as you insist, must have already been used to kill Miller. No other explanation. Not even if he used something else to break out of confinement. Like, woman, please. My knife. What if my client had simply used this to break out? What the hell is that? Way overcooked from what I can tell. It's a murder weapon, Your Honor. One recovered from the scene of the crime. That knife, yeah, that's what I grasped when I first woke up. That's impossible. What she said. There's nothing about a knife found seared to perfection in the ARC's data. Is it overcooked or seared to perfection? This knife was not found inside the building, Your Honor. I retrieved it from the alley immediately beside it. Your android did. Need her to submit a video evidence of the entire afternoon to verify it, doubting Thomas? It's not the androids I'd have trouble taking at her word, Counselor. What forensic have been performed on it? There are no fingerprints remaining, and the DNA present in the blood is too damaged to be of use. But I have identified at least 2 different blood typings, A- and B-, Your Honor. Negative. My nature says minus, but it's negative. Your Honor, the people are of course interested in forensic analysis of any evidence that seems pertinent to the crime at hand, but this was retrieved from an alleyway dumpster. A soot-filled drum near an alleyway dumpster. From an alley in the lower wards. Without strong evidence linking it to the crime, I see no reason to entertain the idea that this is some kind of 4th murder weapon. 3rd murder weapon. What? The bot was post-mortem. The point still stands. Well, how about it, Morgie? Any link between this totally not suspicious fire-broiled knife finder crime? Or should we just throw it back in the garbage? Again, it was soot-filled drum by the garbage. Of course, I have more to go on than mere proximity, Your Honor. I have proof right here that this knife was what Sasuke used to cut himself free. He's met records because there's a mention of him getting a nick in the finger. Oh goddammit, I forgot to put my bit! I keep forgetting to do that half the time! I'm stupid! Your client's medical intake record. Little late to be still drumming up sympathy, but if there are shieldless photos in the files of us that have a duty, there are. What? I did not remove my shirt too. If I might please direct the court's attention to one specific item. Slight laceration found of left hand. What do you mean slight? Like a pepper cut? More like a cutting board accident. Neither paints a very gallant picture. But if he had a cut on his finger when he was first arrested, then it must have been sustained around the time of his escape. Like when he was using a knife to cut himself out of bindings while blindfolded. Yeah, that makes sense. Even a master swordsman can nick himself on his blade every now and then. His katana was found with a lot of blood on it, yes, but none of his own. Adonai is correct. Yoru was thoroughly tested and found to have blood residue matching Miller, Trey, and Officer Chopin, but not one drop of Sasuke's. Meanwhile, we have a knife right here, ready to be submitted into evidence and studied under every microscope the state can find. That just so happens to have Sasuke's exact blood type on the tip. AB negative, that blood type doesn't match anyone in this case full file except for Sasuke. Well, I do blood type fortune telling. So I have a hobby, shoot me. 2 shots right to the base of my skull. Counselor Morgan? Perhaps you might grace us all with your formal request? I call for this knife to be submitted into the record and forensically analyzed as quickly and thoroughly as possible. Because I believe it is a murder weapon that actually ended Miller's life. A knife to the neck! Would be much easier to pull off than using the very tip of a sword. I'd hypothesize. Nice recovery. Perfect, Kemi! In other words, you're asking for the medical examiner to reevaluate whether this knife might be a better fit for the wound in Miller's neck. Yeah, did you just repeat what she said but slightly rephrased? A conversational tactic to surpass Metal Gear. It's worth repeating, Your Honor. Was that a Metal Gear reference that you were about to say? Can it wait? Because the people understand the full weight of what this knife implies. You can overturn this entire case in an instant depending on what Sato finds. Emma's repeating what I said because she's stunned. I just flashed her my hand and it was 1 car away from a full house. The people have no objections, Your Honor. This trial requires that we fully examine this new piece of evidence. Go! So does someone have her number? Is there a group chat room for everyone who works for the government, or... Dr. Sato's already on her way. So there is a group chat and I'm not on it! She'll begin the examination as soon as she arrives. Guess I just slack off until she's on there. It occurs to me, Your Honor, that we ought to thoroughly examine why this, yes, possibly critical piece of evidence was not found during the police investigation. The investigation and preservation of this crime scene was a joint effort between the police and Cyan Security. Then perhaps our next witness can shine a light on the source of this deficiency. Hi, Site Manager of Cyan Security. I serve as supervisor for the scene of the crime in case 356319B. Well, can I call you lady? Nah, baby, what should I call you though? Well, you can keep calling me Waver. You address the adjutant as your honor. Awfully cool name for such a hot... Why the hell wasn't this knife found sooner? I had to throw a business partner under the bus, but we assign a security, maintain perimeters, and stand watch over secure areas. It's the cops who do the searching and flagging. You'll have to ask them why they didn't go dumpster diving. It was a drum. The police aren't your business partners though, are they? Is what she just said. I understand your the question, Your Highness. Cyan Security is a cell corporation owned by Fake Holdings, an offshore rebranding, an effective pseudonym for Kim Acquisitions, aka the heart of the criminal organization operating in the lower worlds that is commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia. If you say so, sounds like it's about my prey grade. Permission to treat the witness as hostile. Can I get a popcorn fest? Do you know why the state cooperates with the Blue Bloods to this degree? Where you're allowed to run your business and manage your petty fiefdoms? Petty fiefdoms? How about this? It's a free country and we're loyal capitalist tax-paying entrepreneurs. You got your own explanation? It's because you're insignificant. Girl. Damn. Neither you nor your organization are on trial here today. That's not a favor and it's not a show of respect. It's just reality. The state is slow to shift its priorities. You are in the focus of this investigation, but you impede this trial progress by dodging questions and playing stupid. You'll find that the state shifts its attention to your neck very fast. You got a question for me then? Why wasn't the alley searched? Because the police found other murder weapons within minutes. No rational person walked into that blood vat and thought, yeah, I wonder if there's a knife buried under a pile of ash in the alley downstairs. Your witness, Counselor? My turn. If my hunch is right, it'll be critical that I gather as much information as possible about the scene of the crime, and the ways in which it changed after I left. When did Cyan Security first arrive on the premises, ma'am? Midnight. About 2 hours after my client was arrested, you're sure? Check my messages and saw the time right on my phone when we got there. You were there yourself? Probably being a site suburb, so you gotta stay on site. Let a naps in park carts. Let's leap a few details about the building set up when we first met. Time to get it all out on the record. Do you know who owns the building that these crimes took place in? I don't. Do you know who installed the security features on location? It was Ines. Must have gotten hired by someone. Not my department. But you recognize some of the handiwork. The front door was Ines, the individual vault room looks too. The front door was locked when the officer arrived. They had to shoot it open. Shouldn't your security systems recognize officers of the law? Others use physical locks, so the folks in the lower ones don't trust the fob scanner that can be hacked. Physical locks can be bypassed too. Sure, but at least that takes time. Maybe? Is there any way to unlock the front door without its key? I mean, you could use a spare, right? Is there any way to lock that front door without its key? Yeah, that technique's real complicated. You are kinda let it show behind you. The door is designed to look behind you automatically. It's a selling point for a building designed to be secure. The knife was found in the alley only yesterday, even though the police should have searched there. Yep, seems like not everyone did their job. Did you do yours? Was the alley monitored around the clock? It was. Any disturbances of the scene in the alley? Nah, none. So there was no opportunity for someone to plant that knife there after the crime occurred? Not even a blue blood? There were cops coming and going all over. Why don't you ask them if you went around planting evidence? We did our damn job. God damn it, I busted. Right, as expected. Accusing a witness of corruption without strong evidence wasn't exactly a safe bet. God dang it. It was a warm night, I'll bet. You're asking me about the weather, not exactly grade A small talk. Relevance, Your Honor. I was trying to be polite, but if you insist, were there windows open in the building when you arrived? There's a lot of windows, not sure. The crime scene and the room directly below it, were there windows open? Yeah, those windows were open when Sinus arrived. Strange, didn't it rain that night? That drizzle was over before 9 p.m. And even if it had been downpour, it's not a crime to risk getting your windows wheels wet. Alright, so the building wasn't completely sealed by the time you got there. You have 21, it's fine. Thank you, that was a very enlightening conversation. But it raises just one question. Who ever could have gotten inside the building before chopping on Royers? Like that. The hell are you talking about? Your Honor, perhaps Consular Morgan might narrow down her absurd attention-grabbing claim first, so that the people can properly eviscerate it. Yeah, what she said. Someone got into the building before Chopin and Rogers did. That's become obvious. What are you talking about? The only way into that building was through the front door. Chopin had to shoot it down. Are you suggesting that he didn't even try turning the handle first? I mean... it was close. No, the door was definitely locked when the two arrived. The witness has testified that the door is designed to lock itself automatically, so it's impossible for the door to have been left unlocked. As you say, but in that case... if we know that the front door was locked all night, and we know that the master key was found on Crick's body, on the 3rd floor, then where do I even... What the hell are you trying to say anyway? Just that they used a spare key. Oh, a spare key, how convenient. But completely unfounded. The witness just testified that a spare key is the only other way in. But there's no proof that a spare key even exists. Probably not, no. Probably. So how about I show the courtroom where it was hidden instead? Oh, the dumpster. Maybe? Yeah, because it has signs of being moved. The dumpster? What is your obsession with presenting evidence found in the garbage? I'm going to ignore that comment. And besides, there wasn't a spare key in the dumpster. It must have been underneath it. That's why it was moved. What? Is that true? Hey, don't look at me. I have no idea what she's talking about. That dumpster has clearly been moved, as indicated by the markings left behind from dirty rain in the lower woods. We can all see those marks, Counselor, but it could have been moved at any point after the last time it rained down there. The witness just testified that the last time it rained was 9 p.m. on the night of the murder. So what? Your claim is is that your claim is that a spare key to the front door was left underneath the dumpster? Not so dissimilar from leaving a spare key under a potted plant.
Or a setting stone or a Biwa statue.
This isn't anything like either of those examples. That dumpster is massive and its wheels are long gone. Correct. So if anyone had moved it after police had arrived, the cops definitely would have had it. If it was moved after the rain stopped and before Chopin and Rogers got there, that narrows it down to something between 9 and 10 p.m. And of course, someone would only bother to move a dumpster that heavy if they knew what they'd find underneath it. Someone like...
I mean... like... of all people... Immediately she's the most likely.
It had to be Han, of course. Counselor! As a known associate of the Blue Blood Mafia and an employee of the security company who stole the front door at the crime scene, she'd have known exactly where to find a spare key. That dumpster also happens to be incredibly heavy, but I don't believe this witness's model documentation has been submitted to the court. Could you estimate for us your approximate lifting strength?
You live with your Wagner, your arms, lady.
Pushing strength then.
Me, I couldn't push over a flower. Fact is, you're just bullshitting. There's no proof of any of what you said.
We could check for your fingerprints on the front door.
You'll find them because I've used it plenty of times. It's my job.
We could check for your fingerprints on the dumpster.
That thing's filthy. You get nothing but partials from a bunch of unlisted and addicts and whoever else stumbling around in that alley.
Would we?
Dunno. But after you do, I might just recall how I nearly puked when I saw that crime scene, and how I might have stepped out into that alley to catch my breath. Would you believe I rested my hands on that dumpster then?
This line of questioning is unproductive, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan cannot substantiate her theory because the fact is, there's nothing strange about handprints being on any centimeter of that building. Not when she spent nearly 2 full days patrolling it. True, fingerprints won't be enough. I need something more impactful. And I've got just the thing! What? Han was there that night. She was there before the police ever were, and she was there long before scientists showed up at midnight. And I can prove it right now. How? Exactly. What? I'm going to prove how she got there before the police did.
What the hell was that?
Adonai, did you really have to do that again? What is happening right now? This is a simple whistle. Every time I press it...
They're not having a good time.
Every ad in the courtroom picks up a rather nasty frequency. As does any phone with a proper receiver app installed. So, should the witness be excused so she can answer her phone, Your Honor?
You brought that shit into the courtroom?
Where exactly was this whistle found? At the scene of the crime, of course. Near where Crick's body lay. Police must have disregarded this as a keychain or toy. Didn't anyone ever teach them that when you find a button you should press it? That's the exact opposite of what you should do at a crime scene. Yesterday, Dr. Sato testified that Crick was alive for several minutes after being shot. If he pressed his whistle even once at that time, the witness phone would have started getting alerts. As I've demonstrated to the court just now. Anything to say for yourself, Miss Han? Did someone install the app on your phone as a prank?
Its reception has limited range.
The lower wards is a tight-knit, high-density community. How far could you have been?
Far. I wasn't in the area that night.
It doesn't matter what range she was at, Your Honor. The defense claims that Han entered the building with some kind of spare key, letting the door lock behind her to block Chopin and Rogers. But those two officers did enter, either after they shot the lock, at which point they didn't run into the witness. Ree was shot at around 9:45 p.m. Considering the time it would have taken Han to arrive and retrieve the spare key, she would have been only a few steps ahead of Chopin and Royers. After coming so far with your brilliant spare key deduction, are you going to claim that she simply ran away? No. At that point, she would have had to hide. Oh, right, the vault that supposedly was open. Since I didn't see her, logically we must conclude that she hid in one of the rooms on that floor. That is logical, but it is also entirely conjecture. Not this time. Detective London's testimony established the possibility. Remember what the good Detective London testified earlier? Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so we focused on securing the area. Sunshine and I cleared the first floor, all the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked. Can you teach me how to speak brackets out loud later? Two police detectives have sworn that one bolt on the first floor was found unlocked. Unlocked perhaps by a spare master key. Well.
Is that some kind of big deal?
Your Honor, what Consular Morgan is proposing would put the witness behind officers Chopin and Rogers as they proceeded upstairs. Not a bad place to be, if you want to do some backstabbing. You gotta be shitting me, that's some creative geometry you're employing, Consular. Imagining the witness as somehow getting positioned behind Tarek Chopin, yet somehow remaining invisible to the eyes of Officer Joe Rogers. Ugh, that's non-Euclidean crime scene recreation. Very novel. Her insult sounded really smart, so I'm inclined to agree. I thought I had something, but when I tried to put the cards on the table... How could Han have gotten behind Chopin on the third floor? Was Rogers distracted at the window, or maybe, Wrong question, I'm getting ahead of myself trying to work backwards at this point. I shouldn't ask what Han could have done to get in a position where she was able to kill Chopin. I should first ask what Han would have done to serve her own interests. Your Honor, there's some testimony I'd like the court to hear once more. If you could access the stenography protocol.
The what protocol? Was I supposed to be taking minutes of this meeting?
I can't recall the testimony you want to review, Adonai. We're at time though. Let's save. We're gonna continue tomorrow, so I'm guessing we're close to the end. Close to the edge, right over the river. So, finishing the stream on TikTok sounds, I don't know how I feel about that. Anyway, we'll finish tomorrow, I assume. I don't think there's much left of the case. And we'll see all of the additional things that I didn't see before, and probably do something else afterwards while we wait for the third episode to eventually come out. But yeah, we're finishing for today. Thank you for being here. The TikTok is gonna drive me insane. Let's speed up the process. Finale of what's available over the devil tomorrow, and something else if we have time left. Again, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good end to your week. A good start to your weekend. Jesus Christ, the ticking. Is this what Is this what the Telltale Heart feels like? Is that what the guy in the story felt like? Because I think I understand him now. Anyway, have a good rest of your day. Bye, everyone.